It's Criterion season. We're doing a podcast, and I'm excited. We've got a crazy good lineup today. Too many people, let's be honest. This is going to be way too long. But I've always wanted to do this sort of Criterion All-Star sort of episode, as Carlos had put it before. By the way, there's a guy named Carlos here. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's been on a few times. He's a great guy.
This is my first time being on here, and I just want to say thank you so much for having me on this podcast.
Yeah, no pressure. You know,
I've never heard of you.
We had another Carlos. who would just go on for hours, and I couldn't keep that charade going.
No, yeah, I saw that guy. That guy fucking sucks.
Yeah, he has a film in festivals, and he's like pontificating and shit. Yeah. Not a fan, but
the guy who made Hop On.
Yeah, Carlos Regatas is yeah.
Now that guy's a good filmmaker.
We used to do pods together. He was really serious and mean. But the Blaire is here.
Hello.
Welcome back.
It's very good to be back. Thank you, Jake.
One of my favorite guests, the lovely Blaire.
Thank you so much.
And Carlos, I'm sorry, you're great. I don't want that to be your intro.
No, I don't care. I don't give a shit.
I can't be sincere and a dick at the same time. It's just not possible. The Bill Griff is also here. King Criterion.
The Jake. Thank you for having me on the podcast again for the Criterion season again. Can't wait to go over the lists again with you, my king, my friend, my brother.
My brother in arms. Yeah, that's why we bring you on. The bits, the bits, the Bill,
the Bears,
whatever. Rigby's back. You were on about a month ago for the spooky films, I believe. So welcome back. It's great to see you.
Welcome back, email.
Thank you. I am very excited to be here amongst all of y'all who are way more knowledgeable than me, so we'll see how this goes.
Not true.
Not true.
No.
I'm dumb as fuck, Rigby.
True. I mean, likewise. So
I say whenever I talk, I just say like and all the time. I'm pretty
this is gonna be a great episode, and thank you for coming. We do have a very knowledgeable first timer. He knows about football. He knows about the Lannister clan. He's a negotiator. Eugene, thank you for coming on, dude.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for that, whoever did that.
That's his call sign.
That's Marcel Towing.
It's like when the dragon attacks the city, it's like, ding. That's your call. Dracarys. But yeah, thank you guys all for coming on. This is pretty epic that there's 6 of us right now to discuss Criterions in the words of Perry, our dear friend Perry. If it ain't C, it ain't for me. A lot of great films we're going to talk about today. I think we're going to be dividing this into 2 conversation threads, basically. And I feel like the first one's going to go a lot faster than the second one. So I'll just introduce that, and we'll just kind of not speed run through it, but it's not as in depth as the second one, which is going to be a lot more, I feel like, just rambling about stuff, all things Criterion. But the first thing we're going to be talking about is our top 5 favorite Criterion covers, meaning the box arts that our beloved Criterions are nestling in on our shelves. So without further ado, I mean, that's really it. We're talking about cover arts. I don't know about you guys, but I like the videos Criterions puts out that kind of delves into their graphic artists, and like, I don't know if you've seen them, but like they kind of delve into all their artists across the country that make the different covers, and it's really inspiring, like as someone else who's into films and stuff, like just to see how they put it together. So really cool.
It's like a dream job.
Yeah. Oh man, it'd be so great.
How did they explain the one for Uncut Gems?
Ooh. Shots fired, man.
You gotta ask the janitor at Criterion.
Oh, I know him. His name is Souffle.
Ooh. The second shot at Souffle today, huh? Wow.
I know. I've just been roasting Souffle all day. I love him.
Love Souffle. If you want to come on the podcast, Souffle. We'd love to have you. You'll get roasted even more IRL.
Do it with love.
So anyway, so Eugene, you're our you're first timer, so I'm gonna put you on the spot, and you can go first with your first Criterion cover that you want to talk about. Go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, whenever I think of the best Criterion cover, like what the best Criterion cover is, I always go back to this one, which is Beyond the Valley of the Dolls. I love that movie so much. I know it's kind of controversial. It's very much a movie that, like, well, I think it's a matter of taste if you like it or not. It's not like, and if you can like appreciate it. It's one of those, like, I would consider like one of the most, not one of the most, but like a very subjective movie when it comes to like the experience, more than a lot of other films, because if you don't like it, you won't appreciate it. And but I think the cover, what I like about this cover is that it's so chaotic and fun, and it really like it captures the energy of the film, with all these like colorful characters and like all these like, I don't know, like 70s aesthetics and like weird ass just like costumes in the cover and all the art. And I also love the font they use and the whole colors, the color scheme. And it is one of like the most, it always stands out to me, even the spine, which is just like red. It always stands out to me as like being one of the most exotic looking covers. And it's, I think, one of the most fun covers in the collection. But yeah.
Nice. I actually considered that because I adore that movie too. And it really encapsulates the kind of counterculture of like the 60s, 70s, like transitional period. And how like punk rock that movie is in a lot of ways, and how just it doesn't give a fuck. And I love that Roger Ebert wrote the script to that movie. That's a fun little tidbit. Great movie and a great pick. What the fuck is happening?
It's like a fire alarm.
Yeah, it's like every time I stop talking, it's like
It's an iPhone ding.
ding. Billiam, do you want to go next?
Ooh, okay. I could go next. That's actually great, so I can pick something that probably everyone else wants to pick. Get that out of the way.
Don't do
I
it, Bill.
have no, not that one, but I have I've went ahead and gone through most of the Criterions I own just to look over on the shelves, and I've compiled them into subcategories. So, I'll get the art out of the way. I love that Criterion commissions artists for their covers. I could mention, Robert Hunt, Eric Chase Anderson, who's Wes Anderson's brother, does a lot of his covers for him. Sam Hadley, but my favorite amongst them are Sean K. Phillips covers. He's most famous for being a comic book illustrator, and he does a lot of American classic films in the Criterion collection, specifically 12 he's made so far. I love Night of the Living Deads. I love Sweet Smell of Successes, but I think you cannot go wrong with spine number 591. That's 12 Angry Men. And, not only is it a great film, of course, one of the best of all time, made in 1957, the cover, I'm just looking at it right now, it's such a perfect representation of what the film is about. Henry Fonda being the odd man out. He's the only one whose profile is surrounded in yellow. Everyone else is red for dead, as in they all want to vote for this young boy to be put to death. But Henry Fonda's the one person with a yellow light, caution, thinking, what if we dwell on this? What if we look at the evidence again? What if we just talk it out? And I think that it's a perfect Criterion cover. It also showcases the whole cast of characters. Look at all the diversity. Look at all the Caucasian white old men on display here. It's incredible, riveting stuff, and I love every time I see a Sean Phillips cover enter the collection. So that's my first pick.
Wow.
12 Men.
Shout out Sean Phillips. Nice.
Yeah.
Those men are angry though. They are angry.
They're
in the
angry.
cover. They're angry. I didn't even think about
I
that.
hope you're posting.
I
hope
am,
you're posting
yeah.
pictures of these too, since
I was
can't
gonna
hold it up.
I was gonna make that caveat. I will post graphics at where you guys are talking about them.
All right, bet. Thank you.
I got you. But for Rigby, she has all her movies, thankfully. So what's your first pick?
Yes, I do indeed. My first pick is going to be the heavy hitter one that I told everyone beforehand they can't pick because I want to pick it. And it is a film that ever since I saw it, like, I want to say 3-ish months ago, I literally have thought about every single day. And I do have to thank both Bill and Eugene, because Bill was kind of the one that introduced me to this director. And then I think Eugene was the one who was like, you would love this movie. It is Rigby Core. And my first pick is Wings of Desire, Spine 490. And the specific reason why I love this cover is A, it is my favorite shot in the whole film. And I prefer black and white photography, and I'm really, really drawn to images that have a lot of negative space, like a central image and negative space, either an image that's kind of off kilter, or I guess in this case it's a little, I guess, centered but a ton of negative space. I mean, the image is stunning, the movie is stunning. There's another image in the booklet that I love that's in the film of this angel and this guy sitting on a ledge. Another one that has, a ton of negative space. I mean, this film would be in my top 4. It was in my top 4, and then I had to change my top 4, but I just love it so much. And for a film, like, I mean, it came out in the 80s, but it almost looks like it was made in the 40s. Not to discredit anything, but it's just stunning. And it's actually a film that's in both black and white and color, but I love all the black and white scenes. So I honestly think this might be my favorite Criterion cover, just because, I mean, this image is now my Letterboxd profile picture. I just love it. It's so beautiful. And I think about this movie like every single day. I don't know why it hit me so hard, but it's just stunning. So, Wings of Desire.
Fantastic
Perfect choice. Perfect choice.
Yeah, I love that movie too. I mean, you mentioned it, but yeah, it's so good. And I like that in the cover you have like the angel looking down, as in the shot, right? You have like the angel that's like looking. And that's like, well, not to like spoil or like talk about like the themes of the movie when we're only talking about like the art, but yeah, that has like such an ingrained meaning, like the themes of the film. Yeah, it's a great pick.
I'm glad you mentioned the negative space of Wim Wenders, because if you watch Paris, Texas and the Road trilogy, it's like the vastness of his camera work and his framing is so, that's like really, that's his niche. And I'm glad like all of his covers really capture that. And it's just, he's one of my favorite directors of all time. So
yeah, I don't own Paris, Texas, but I love it, and I love that the cover of it as well. I know it's not, I know it's just a photo, but yeah, also stunning.
Absolutely stunning.
I haven't seen it yet, unfortunately.
Me neither. I bought the 4K, but I haven't seen it. I just bought it.
Spoiler.
No. It's not even in the video. It was the flash show.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Careful.
Careful.
Speak careful here.
Careful.
The Kino lures are going to shoot a dart in your neck if you're not careful. The way you reveal. But on that note, Blaire, do you want to go next?
Sure. So I'm more than happy to take the mantle of being the edgelord of the podcast, because this pick is Solo, or the 120 Days of Sodom. Oh shit!
Oh, three kids on bikes. Oh my gosh!
Keep going. There's room for two of us here. It's okay.
Okay. I mean, yeah, obviously this movie is completely hopeless and filled with despair, and the shot of the film that this cover uses is so great. Like I love that shot in the film where it's there's not like a intense like graphic imagery. It's literally just a woman or a girl breaking down crying after she's been told to strip naked in front of the I don't know what they're called, the people who run the show basically. And the concept in itself is just of the cover is like really cool with like the whole tally marks showing like how many days of suffering like they've gone through. Like yeah, it's like it's disturbing, but it's also like looking at the cover, it's like almost like aesthetically like pleasing. It's very well crafted. It's weird, but I love that cover a lot, and I love Solo a lot. I will defend that movie forever, honestly. So, yep. That's about all I got to see for that one. Yep.
I think
They're
there's
so kind.
Yes.
There's-
Yes, they're all kind.
I think the cover has one very important piece that is missing from it, which is probably a good choice
Where?
of not including right under her hands.
Where's the fecal matter?
Something man-made is missing from this. Yeah.
Just like these Criterion covers, it all fits.
Gotcha. It's a good pick though, Blaire, honestly. When I was looking on
Yeah.
my shelf, I was debating putting that in my like as an honorable mention because it is just so visually striking.
It really is like the no troll pick at all. Like I legitimately pick Solo like for that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have known, Blaire. I really should have known. I thought I was in scot free, but I forgot you're gonna.
Yeah, I'm
also
here.
a Solo defender. It's all. It's great. I'm happy about it. I'm happy I'm not alone. I would have been the freak that picked it alone. So it's all good.
I got your back.
Thank you.
I love it too. We watched it not too long ago, and I really enjoyed it.
Yes.
Yes. An excellent Alberto Grimaldi film. Excellent. Yes.
Oh, I
I
love
think
it.
I think the movie's pretty mid.
But the cover's pretty great though. Like, do you like the cover?
Oh, the cover is great. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Base
Great cover.
cover.
For sure. Yep.
What's your number 5, dude?
All right.
Carlos.
So my number 5, a lot of people might see it as like an eye roll. But I'd be shocked if anybody else had this film on their list. But at the same time, if y'all did, I'll be like impressed and filled with joy. But so my number 5 on the list is actually The Celebration, from Thomas Vinterberg. This is a film. I mean, it kind of received mixed reception when it first came out, because of its minimal approach to the cover. But obviously, it's by design. This is a film that was produced during the Dogma 95 movement, and which means, again, just like bare bones cinema filmmaking. No lighting equipment, basically no film equipment at all, except for just your hands and the camera, basically. I just think it encapsulates the spirit and the essence of the filmmaking approach perfectly. And also, like, it makes it to where, like, if you've never really seen the film, it doesn't like spoil anything about what's in it. So if you just blind bought it, like you're just in for all of the heavy subject matter, like, completely raw, because this is an incredibly heavy film, dealing with a form of abuse that is, I think, just incredibly well done in such a mature way. And I just love the cover for that. Like, there's just a sense of awareness of the filmmaking approach and the movement that was involved in creating the film. And it comes with like I haven't opened it yet. A lot of I don't open like any Criterion unless I'm actually going to see it. And I haven't rewatched this since the 2 times I saw it. I think like 3 or 4 years ago. And but when you open it, it does come with a list of like the Dogma 95 rules. In terms of what you can and can't do when it comes to participating in that movement. And it has Dogma 1, and then it says the film title, and then the length of the film, the year of it right there on the front. And I just love it. I love the cover. I love how minimal it is, and I love how it just embraces the spirit of what it took to create the film in general. That's why I have it on my list.
Yeah.
Good pick.
Well, that was actually gonna be my next pick, but still, I think it's cool.
Man.
Yeah, I think it's really cool how it's a perfect Dogma cover because the whole thing of the Dogma movement was kind of the whole idea of taking the artificiality out of film, and so making the most minimalist cover possible. Which is just that square that's some kind of square.
Some kind of square.
Some kind of square.
That's kind of perfect.
It's a film that kind of leaves you feeling very empty as well, and the subject matter is so stripped down to obviously no spoilers, but some of the most heinous things humans can do. And I love that. It's not even really a cover, it's just a box really, but I love it as well. I think it, like you said, perfectly encapsulates the spirit of that film.
Definitely.
Thank you. I'm glad I have some. I'm glad y'all are on my side on this, because I know I remember when it first came out, there was plenty of people that were like, "Oh my god, what a dumb cover."
No, I love the cover. It's a good pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an excellent pick. It also pays homage to the Yeezus album, which is also
I was
tremendous.
just about to say that.
Great album.
Yeah,
I was like, I thought you threw up Yeezus for a second.
Hey,
Yeezus
someone got to do that. Yeah,
Someone had to do it.
Yeah. Shouts out to you. I think Carlos. I think you're the reason I watched that movie, and it was
oh hell yeah, dude! Really
wrecks my life. Yeah, it was a fantastic movie.
awesome.
Definitely will be picking it up soon. Yeezus by Kanye West. Great pick.
Great album.
I'm glad I was able to wreck your
Blood
life.
on the leaves. You did. You wrecked my life so much. I appreciate it. All right, my number 5. Pretty typical pick, but kind of what Rigby was saying. One of my favorite covers, period, and kind of had to be mentioned. Is Close Up by Abbas Kiarostami.
Fuck.
Sorry,
God damn it. Okay, no, sorry for interrupting.
We're 1 for 1 there.
looks like you just fucked yourself.
Yeah, I just fucked myself.
I mean, it's very much really powerful in the context of viewing the film, and realizing what this shot kind of means for the whole themes of the movie, and also just kind of, for me, is Kiarostami next to Certified Copy is his most effective kind of blend of artifice and fictional world building and character sort of exploration. And I feel like this is the sort of pixelated nature of this image has a lot of power as to when you see it in the film, and just the colors are really fantastic. I love the greenery, the pink and everything just goes really well. And to me, it's one of those movies that really sold me on watching the film in the first place, because it's such a mysterious, heavily emotional, I feel like, cover, and just says a lot about humanity and kind of Kiarostami as an artist. So had to go with it. Close Up. And I could really, I wrestled with Kiarostami. I love the cover for Someone in Love and also Taste of Cherry. I don't know if you guys have that.
Agreed.
But Close Up's definitely, I think, the easy one there.
Yep.
Sorry, Blaire.
No, it's cool. I'm glad you represented it. I can choose something else. I agree 100% with what you said. It's very meaningful and so beautiful to look at. It's so gorgeous. I love the pastel-y colors, sorry, that it has.
Yeah, a little, it's almost Wes Anderson-esque in a way. It's this pastel, it's demented Wes Anderson. So
for sure.
Yeah, I love the cover of Close Up a lot, and I love Close Up, the film itself, so fucking much. I saw it once, it feels like at least 3 years now, and I fell in love with it. such a beautiful film about like it's almost like blurring the line between love and obsession of film and art itself, and within the lens of like a real life thing, and it just makes it that much more compelling. Like in a way, it's like a documentary at the same time of being like its own like art piece, like its own like fictional art piece. Yeah, I love the film a lot. That's all I'm gonna say.
Me too. It's great. And that was the one that kind of catapulted Kiarostami to being one of my favorite directors of all time. Like that was definitely that, and Where's the Friend's House were the ones. So yeah, I think Eugene, you're next.
Yeah. Also, my next film is one of the newer releases. I think it came out this year, maybe last year. But it's a Czech New Wave film from 1966, directed by Vera Chytilova. It's the spine number 1157, and it's Daisies.
Nice.
Based.
I love the cover. I love the I guess it's a trend now with my two picks, but it's like also very chaotic. But this one's basically just a collage, and just a collage of like with a lot of like snippets from the film with like both Marie's and the butterflies and stuff. And I don't know, I think it's like very very fitting for the style of the film, with like the way the film is edited, that it's basically it's one of the best edited films of all time, and most creatively edited films. And it has a lot of like collage-esque type of special effects, and I just think that the cover really captures that, as well as like the chaotic nature of the film. And also like for the film's themes of like you like feminism, and of like the theme of like with this idea of like women doing stuff like that they aren't that is not like in the norm, quote unquote, like supposed to under the patriarchy, like being messy and stuff, with a cover that is so chaotic and like destructive. I think it really fits the energy of the film as well. Yeah.
Great movie, man.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's a good
One
pick.
of my favorites.
Chaos.
Yeah, I almost picked that one as well. The editing of that film is perfectly represented by the cover of that film. Honestly, some of the most like impressive film editing I've seen in a film, especially for the time that it came out. Especially considering the fact that they had to do a lot of that editing by hand, like with like scissors and fucking like actual like celluloid film. It's kind of mind-boggling.
The color grading too. I can't imagine how difficult that would have been in the 60s. And it's such a colorfully important, like thematic movie with just how it presents itself, for sure.
Yeah.
And I love what you said with the patriarchal nature, like how ahead of its time it is, and how vital that still is. That movie just blew my mind when I first saw it, and I'm so happy it got a Criterion Blu-ray last year.
Yeah.
So good. The Bill Griff.
The Bill Griff. I'm glad you picked that film, Eugene. I've noticed that there are a lot of recent releases from Criterion that are utilizing the collage method very well. My next pick is going to be in the category of attention grabbing, kind of along the lines of Blaire picking Solo, where it's just something visually striking, something that pops as soon as you see it. You can't take your eyes away. You get a second glance, you're like, wait, what is that? What the fuck is this movie about? And you had to do it to him. I'm picking another film from the Spine 500s. It's 539. House.
Yes.
1977. You know, I feel like you don't even really need to post a picture. If you're clicking on a video about Criterion, you know about this cat, this red cat, its face, menacing, cartoonish, almost clownish, and right below it, within the center of the U, is the house itself, and the director's name scribbled around it, Obayashi. He made such a trippy, wondrous horrifying little film, basically adapting the Seven Dwarfs, but having them be kawaii schoolgirls getting eaten by a house. That's a real movie. And if you have not seen House, you definitely got to check it out. It's so good. And it's one of the first Criterions I picked up specifically for its visually striking cover. I remember seeing that through eBay 3 or 4 years ago, being like, what the fuck is this? I got to get it. And I'm glad I did. So that's House, my second pick.
Yeah. Someone had to pick that. That's like the
I agree.
quintessential. If you think of Criterion, like that's like one of the first things that comes to mind in terms of the artwork. So great pick.
For those that don't know who are listening, I know everyone here knows him, but my boyfriend, Zed, actually just got a tattoo of that exact image of the cat on his arm.
Nice.
That's awesome.
That's
Yeah.
so cool. Oh, perfect.
I love
Yeah.
that. I love that Criterion closet video of Bill Hader wearing the House shirt, and then he grabs the House Criterion, and he's like, "This is how
Yeah.
much I love this movie." And he like takes off his jacket and like reveals that he's wearing a House shirt.
Dude, I was just about to mention that because I didn't know what that movie was, and I saw that video, and that's why I watched that movie because like, what the fuck is House? And they did like Bill Hader loves it that much. It must be based, and yeah, it's so one of the best, most whacked out films ever made.
It's a comfort movie for me, honestly.
Same here.
That is so Blaire core, I feel.
It is pretty Blaire core, and I know that Bill also really loves the movie, and I love that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Nice.
it's a
Good
go-to date night movie for sure.
You guys ever see it in theaters?
I wish.
No,
If you have the opportunity, it's a great, wonderful, so good with the crowd. Granted, if they're not, being assholes, it's a great time.
well, as long as it's not a Wong Kar-wai movie, I don't want to go in seeing a comedy. Okay,
For watching There Will Be Blood, I hope you got to expect some laughs.
It's a laugh riot.
Not to go down that rabbit hole again, but yeah, House is great. Rigby, you're next.
Cool. Yeah, I guess I should have prefaced earlier. Mine are in no particular order. I will say I did start it with Wings of Desire, and that is my favorite, but the rest are just random. But this is a film that when I basically went through all the films I watched last year, which was like over 350, this one came second in my top 10 that I first time watched last year. And it's one that really, I think, personifies quirky young female experience in life, and the cover is stunning and the artwork is stunning, and I think it really pays true homage to the artist who created the comic of the film, and it is Ghost World.
Nice.
Spine 852 also has a great spine as well. I don't know if this is cheating, but I gotta pull out some of the booklets in the releases as well. I mean, it comes with literally like its own comic, which is just amazing, and I love like when Criterion does that. It's like the scratch and sniff with polyester is also up there. But yeah, I mean, I feel like in the realm of Criterion, we don't normally get, covers that look animated and are super colorful. And I don't know if anyone else does this, but I love to keep director approved stickers on mine that have their signatures. Yeah, Steve Buscemi at the bottom there looking like very accurate. But yeah, I love this film. It's for the quirky girlies, I guess you could say. So
Yeah, that's
Ghost World. I know Carlos really likes Ghost World as well.
Oh hell yeah, that movie's awesome. It's very entertaining and funny, and it's like with like quirky, edgy films, it can be like make or break for me. Sometimes I'll just find them annoying and cringe, but Ghost World just did it fucking like perfectly. Like it was just so funny and charming and like entertaining, and I just really enjoyed it.
That's how I feel as well. I think it also like it really encapsulates. I mean, I'm not going to say every girl feels this way or every guy feels this way, but I think in terms of when girls are a bit younger and they're very attracted to an older man and like that experience of feeling those thoughts and feelings, it's weird. It's obviously weird, but I think this film does it in a way. I know she's like 18 or whatever, but still barely 18. I love that dynamic and how it portrays that as well. I hope that doesn't sound strange, but yeah.
No,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
good.
No,
You've seen the
I-
movie, you know.
I
Yeah.
definitely agree.
I'm glad you mentioned the artwork though about the graphic novel, because like it's based off of the graphic novel, which I love, and I feel like the movie, but also the cover art really captures the essence of how dry and sort of biting the satire is, and like the comedy, it really captures that, and like Terry Swigoff's sort of dry style, and I really like that. Love the movie too. So nice. So Spooky Blaire, you
All
are
right.
next.
So to be honest, my number two, and yeah, I agree with Rigby. There's no particular order to mine, but it's almost a tie. So I'm kind of cheating here, but I will narrow it down to one. I'm gonna say it is a tie between Some Like It Hot and Double Indemnity. I say tie because they're by the same filmmaker, and they're kind of similar stylistically, but I do think Double Indemnity, personally, because that's one of my favorite movies, and also it just that cover is just so slick and looks incredible. I'm not typically a fan of noirs, but there's something about the way that movie does it that's so great. And I love the fucking like almost I don't know. I don't want to say the word evil because it's too simplistic, but the mission, the nature of like the girl character in the movie and like her plans in the movie.
It's sinister, yeah.
Yeah, it's sinister, and it's juxtaposed by like the whole cautious yet cool nature of the guy character. I'm sorry, I don't remember their names.
Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray.
Yes,
those are the actors. I don't know the characters.
The actor's name, but no, yeah, I don't have too much to say on it. I just think it's a very visually pleasing black and white cover, and I love women smoking, hence my profile pic. So I'm always down for that. So yeah, Double Indemnity, but also big shout out to Some Like It Hot, that also has an amazing cover with Marilyn Monroe, and made me want to watch that movie. Yeah.
I had no idea that was one of your favorites, Double Indemnity. That's a great, amazing film. It's like one of the best femme fatales ever. And I can cut this out, Blaire, if you want, but Chandler had told me that they mention your hometown in that movie.
They do.
It is crazy.
It is the only movie that mentions Medford, Oregon. I'm like, oh, it's so fucking cool. Yeah. And it's one of
my not your hometown, but yeah.
Where I
used to live. Chandler. But yeah, that's crazy to me. That a 40s movie would mention that. An amazing film.
Amazing.
Really, truly amazing. So you guys Billy Wilder fans out there?
Oh, hell yeah. Double Indemnity is my favorite of his. So fucking good. Well, you know what? Oh, God. I hate saying that because when I say that, I immediately think of Sunset Boulevard and I can't fucking decide. But I'll just say it's tied for first at the very least.
I'd actually say The Apartment is my personal favorite.
That one's really good too. Apartment's really great.
That's one of my favorite scripts ever and like put to film. So God, how about you guys?
Yeah, Wilder is one of my favorite filmmakers as well. The Apartment is one of my favorite movies ever.
Nice, like, me too.
Perfect. Everything about it is amazing. It's so ahead of its time as well.
Yeah.
And The Apartment is great. I love Sunset Boulevard, and I love Some Like It Hot as well. And Ace in the Hole is also really great.
Ace in the Hole is incredible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kirk Douglas is like, that's one of the all-time great scumbags I've ever put to film.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. Were you about to say something, Bill? Sorry.
Wilder, he's pretty good. That's about it.
I've only seen Double Indemnity and Some Like It Hot. I don't know where else where next to go, I should say.
You can go in the hole.
Boulevard.
Go to the hole.
Ace in the hole.
You'd like Ace in the Hole.
Yeah, I've only seen Some Like It Hot and The Apartment, but I really liked both of those. I really want to see Double Indemnity though.
It's so good.
It might be the best noir ever. I don't know if that's controversial, but
That's how I feel.
I think it really is. Yeah.
Wait, Blaire, which were the two films you said you seen from him?
Some Like It Hot and Double Indemnity. That's it.
Oh, dude, Sunset Boulevard. Like, no competition. Watch that
Oh
movie.
no, you definitely have to see Stalag 17 next. It's one of his best.
The movie was such a disappointment. Yeah, that movie was such a disappointment, man.
Was that Billy Wilder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never heard of it before.
Oh,
I also
Good.
really like. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm done.
I was just gonna say I also really like The Lost Weekend.
Right. That's a great performance. Yeah.
It is a great performance. It's a movie. It's a Best Picture winner actually from 1945.
Was it really? That movie's
Yeah.
dark. That's crazy.
It's really dark. It's about addiction.
Yeah. Alcoholism. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's very ahead of its time as well. Like most of Wilder's stuff.
Absolutely. Carlito.
Yeah. Oh, my turn? Okay.
Carlito's Way, director Brian De Palma, is what I meant to say.
All right. So this next film is a film that Stanley Kubrick actually considers to be the scariest film that he's ever seen, and it's called The Vanishing.
Nice.
Really, really love this cover because, like, at first when I looked at it, you really don't know what you're looking at. At least in my opinion. Like when you look at the cover, I'm like, okay, bunch of fucking dots, whatever. But like, the further you like hold it away from your face, like the image of her face starts to appear, and I just think it represents the kind of like horrific reality of kidnapping in the film perfectly. Something that you feel like is still obtainable and in reach, but is not at all clear at all. You know, and also the longer that they're gone, the more that you feel like the image of their face becomes less clear as well. And I just think it's a really haunting image. This is a very haunting film. And the film itself represents that haunting element of the film, I think, perfectly. Really, really love this cover. I think it's absolutely brilliant. We'll still get that glare out of the way, but we'll have it. There we go.
Blaire glare.
yeah. You got some kind of
Glare.
some kind of glare there.
Blaire and the glare.
But yeah, I just think it's a really, really great film. I have a really old review on this film if you want to check it out, hear my more extensive thoughts. But overall, I think this is a really darkly brilliant film that feels incredibly real. And again, like I think it is quite terrifying in a lot of ways because it does feel very authentic. And the cover, I think, represents that feeling perfectly. Love it a lot. I think it's a really excellent cover and unique.
That's like as real life horror as you can get.
Absolutely.
Terrifying.
So the disoriented nature, especially when she's first kidnapped in the first act, and how kind of befuddled he is and like how hopeless it all feels. It's like it's just like everyone's worst nightmare in a certain sense, and it makes sense why Kubrick was like, yeah, that's too real. And yeah, great film, great cover. Like admittedly, I forget that movie's on Criterion all the time because I watched it like I watched it on HBO and I always forget. But yeah, I should buy it and fuck myself up again.
I was gonna say you don't own it.
Nah. No, the kidnapper is just a great person, so I don't think
He's so
He's so
really
kind.
he actually is so kind.
Oh, I misquoted. I'm sorry.
He saved someone
Okay.
from drowning. He's so kind. Yeah.
Yes,
No.
he's such an inspiration.
Right.
I love The Vanishing though. I rewatched it for spooky season. Definitely agree. It is a very spooky, bone-chilling film.
Bone Chilling's a great.
I adore
way to
The
put it.
Vanishing. Yeah.
Ugh. Makes me like
Is that fun?
scream.
It's really not fun to think about the movie, but it's so incredible though. Yeah.
You know, it reminds me a lot of Funny Games, like the original Haneke one. It's got those
I can see
vibes.
that.
It's a great
I can
call.
absolutely see that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
If you told me Mikhail Haneke produced that movie or whatever, I would not be shocked. You know, if you just attached to it in some way, there's somewhat of his imprint on that movie. But yeah, ugh. Anyway, I'll go next. I know this man is not. He's pretty torn with a few people here, as I recall. So forgive me, but I love this movie. I love this director. I love the cover specifically a lot, and that is Videodrome by David Cronenberg. I think is a fantastic cover. One of my favorite horror movies of all time. I mean, it's self-explanatory. Just our obsessed, somewhat sexual nature of our relationship with television and media, I think is really well captured in this. And you take out the sort of the cover art, and it's like a VHS tape. Long live the new flesh.
That's really cool.
If you've seen the movie, you realize that phrase has a lot of implication for the plot and the themes of the movie. And James Woods going kind of head deep in those lips is just one of the most striking images on Criterion, in my opinion. And yeah, a film I love. I understand Cronenberg's not for everybody here, but this really
I wonder who you're talking about.
I'm not naming names here, man. I'm just talking. I'm just spitting Cronenberg facts here. I'm just Cronen facts, and this is Scanner.
Boring.
You just outed yourself there. I was trying to be nice. Yeah.
I will caveat. Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. What was I saying? Okay. I think this and Scanners are beautiful art design in terms of the packaging. You know, say what you will about the films, but
yes,
just the coloration and everything is just so. It's just so 80s sleaze horror, and I just love that stuff. So yeah, that's my pick. And obviously, other people are not on board, but it seems like Bill likes it.
The way you were
drum.
Yeah, the way you were talking it up, I thought you were gonna bring up like a Richard Linklater movie or something.
Me too. Yeah,
I don't know why.
Too.
I could have sworn.
I thought he was gonna pop out the Boyhood.
I thought you were gonna say Boyhood with the
Boyhood
with the TikTok video of the aging up a photo every day for 12 years kind of thing.
This goes back to the last episode I did with Rigby, and she just said straight up that she doesn't like Cronenberg. So I forgot about that. So
well.
The Dead Zone.
Yeah, okay. My caveat is I do like The Fly, but I really liked The Dead Zone. But I also love Stephen King. So is it really fair to say I love David Cronenberg? I don't know. I've already talked to death about my reasonings, so I'm not going to do it. And I don't want the film bros coming for me in the comments. So.
No, fuck them. But you could
Cronenbergers. Get the Cronenbergers out of here.
Cronenbergers with cheese. I get it. You know, he's a very divisive filmmaker, so I would never get mad at anyone for disliking him. So, but you know,
yeah. Say what you will about his filmography, but his covers are really well done in the collection. Like,
yeah.
As someone who thinks Scanners is one of the most boring as fuck movies I've ever seen, the cover is fantastic, and I wouldn't mind getting a poster of that somewhere in my house. You know, like it is very visually arresting.
And then you're
same
like,
with Videodrome.
2 out of 10 movie, but it's on my wall.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the Naked Lunch cover a lot.
Me too.
I used to own the Criterion, but then fucking Perry beat me in a fucking Oscar nomination bet, and he fucking took it from me.
Wow, that's brutal.
He picked like he picked the one Criterion that he knew was like nearly impossible for me to get my fucking hands on. And I still can't fucking get it.
It's out of print now. It's I think that I could be mistaken, but the Brood is really hard to find for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I still have the Brood. I bought that. That was one of the first Criterions I ever bought. I think I bought that in the very first haul video I ever made because I really do like that movie a lot.
That's a great one.
But Naked Lunch is gone forever. I might have to buy that back from Perry or something. I don't know.
You'll never see it again. Yeah, no. Linklater would have been good if Perry was here, but that would have been a fun little argument to have. But I digress. We're back to Eugene now, so there, number 3.
Yeah, so my number 3 is also kind of very representative of the film. All my films have come from the same like era of films, which is like the late 60s, early 70s, and like of course this one's not. This one's also from that era, and it is Spine number 1131, directed by John Waters. It's Pink Flamingos.
Nice.
I really like that cover because it is kind of very representative of what the film is. It's just like, oh, what is this random package? And then you open it and it's all this like all this filth, to put it like the movie would want you to put it. But like outside of that, like the movie is great, of course. I love that movie. And it's just such a clever package. It's just such a clever I don't know, representation of the film. And that package in the film is like, well, there's also a package that's like directed at Phoenix, Maryland, and then they open it and it's like a piece of shit. And so it's kind of what the movie is in a way, and in a complimentary way, of course. But yeah, like I don't know, I think it's such a clever way to represent a film, and I don't know, I love the film and I love the cover. Oh, and it also says an exercise in poor taste, which is what the film is.
It would have been
Yes.
cooler if they put the butthole scene on the computer.
Oh man.
Oof.
It's like one of the most jarring things I've ever seen. I distinctly remember watching that and being like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's quite striking. Yeah.
I audibly screamed when I saw that at first because I did not expect it at all.
So
truly one of the great American films, though, if you ask me.
yeah.
John Waters is also another connoisseur of wonderful Criterion covers. Like someone mentioned Polyester, and the Scratch and Sniff is like just a beautiful thing to exist. Female Trouble, another one. That's a great cover. Great film.
I almost picked Female Trouble. I was really, really close to picking Female Trouble. I fucking love that cover.
That might be my favorite Waters movie also, if I were to pick.
Yeah, it's my favorite Waters movie still.
I think it's
I think Serial Mom is a second favorite.
That's a great one too.
Yeah, I think I have like my top 3 would be Female Trouble, Pink Flamingos, and then Serial Mom.
Yep, that's my top 3.
Also, the cover for Multiple Maniacs is also pretty good.
Yes, yeah, that's demented, truly. Like actually, like pretty scary imagery. Yeah. I think mine would be Female Trouble, Pink Flamingos, and Cecil B. Demented. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that one, but that's a really funny filmmaking satire with Melanie Griffith. It's really genius. Yeah, we should do a Crybaby movie night one day. That's a great.
I was gonna say No Love for Crybaby. God,
I love
obsessed.
Crybaby.
When I was 14, I was obsessed with that movie.
Did you like Johnny Depp in that movie?
Are you kidding me?
He's never been hotter than that movie. It's insane.
Oh my god. Yeah, and that was he oh god, I'm really gonna just divert for a second here. But just for some context. So yeah, when Johnny Depp was on 21 Jump Street when he was like 26, he was considered a teen heartthrob, and he specifically like chose to, do Crybaby with John Waters because he wanted to erase that image and he didn't want to be like a heartthrob. And
yeah,
he looks fine as fuck in that movie, so I don't know, but he tried.
He tried but did not succeed at all. He's gorgeous in that movie. Bill, you're next.
Yes. Okay. I agree. Johnny Depp, he was the Rock Hudson of the 80s.
He was secretly gay? I don't know.
No. Let me think. So I'm okay. I think the next film I'm actually I have like 2 or 3 in my hand right now. I'm debating
Oh.
which one. I thought I
Eeny,
had
meeny,
time, but
miny, mo.
yep. My next film is gonna be one of my favorites from the screen capture uh picks. Criterion, they have great art, they have great um minimalist, they have a lot of different layers with their covers. But when the screen captures, it's just an image from the film. And sometimes, that's considered the most bare bone thing you could have for a cover, but sometimes they pick some really good ones. And between these three, I'm just basing it because of the emotion that this one evokes, which is spine number 201, Umberto D from Vittorio De Sica. Hopefully, if you're watching this, you're all seeing this cover. It's pretty simplistic in nature, but it's of this very old man embracing this little dog of his, and the face he makes, the expression, the tone of the image evokes such a powerful emotional reaction. Personally, I think that it's one of the most devastating movies I've seen, and the cover helps aid you in getting that vibe from it. And the other films I was thinking of is like the feeling of anxiety from the blowout cover, the restlessness of it, the anguish and perseverance on Joan of Arc's face in The Passion of Joan of Arc. But this image of Umberto embracing the only thing he cares about in life, there's something about it that I truly love, and I truly think it's one of the best covers in the collection and one of the best screen captures you could look at, because there are some pretty shitty ones out there, like the Piano Teacher's cover, where it's just it's just a basic photo. I don't know it, and it's like blurry too and pixelated. Like
it's like low res. It's weird.
It's low res. It's weird. It's like they just zoomed in on the photograph from the movie. But yeah, I think my third pick is Umberto D, because I love it so much. That was a very personal, biased pick right there.
Would you say it's lugubrious pick?
Very, very lugubrious. Not. It wouldn't be myopic to say it.
I actually, unfortunately, haven't seen that film yet, because I know it's just very devastating. But like, I love Bicycle Thieves so much, so I gotta get around to the sad dog picture eventually. So yeah, good pick. Rigby, you're next then.
Cool. This is actually a film that I only watched for the first time yesterday, and it was because one of my friends very kindly sent it to me from her collection, just kind of out of the blue. And I haven't given a 10 out of 10 to a film, like a first watch, in so long, and I was so ready for one. And I think this cover is stunning. The film is stunning. And it is spine number 95, All That Heaven Allows. And I know Bill just mentioned Rock Hudson, but after watching this film and looking at this cover, it's technically a screen grab, but it's not, because it's illustrated. But if you've seen the film, you know that this look from both of them, him looking at her and her looking away, just like perfectly encapsulates like what the film is about and the mood. And like, the film is stunning. The people in the film are stunning. Example A. God, it was so beautiful. The Technicolor was so beautiful. I was like squeaming and blushing and just absolutely soaking all of it up. I loved it so much. Like, I cannot wait to rewatch it. And it's just, again, like I said earlier, I feel like there's not a ton of Criterion that have like super colorful covers and spines. I know there's so many like black and white spines out there, and I am such a sucker for a good spine because that's how they're displayed. And for 1955 as well, my God, it was just so stunning. And I'm like, yeah, it was just beautiful, and it's like set in like the fall winter period, and it's so cozy. And I don't know, I'm just gushing over it, but I loved it. It was so good. And like God, this image as well, just so stunning.
Wow.
Just love it. Like, oh, it was so good. Can you tell I drank a little bit of wine?
Yeah, a little melancholic here. Yeah, I love it. I'm so happy you love that movie. That's one of the greatest melodramas ever, and one of the greatest Technicolor movies of all time. And I'm planning to rewatch that over the holidays because it's a great, like as you said, cozy comfort, but also devastating watch. I can't wait. It's an incredible movie.
Yeah.
Magnificent Obsession's a great Douglas Sirk movie and cover if you guys want to check that, if you liked All That Heaven Allows and melodramas.
Hudson. Yes.
And Rock Hudson, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. But
yeah,
I also love Imitation of Life, which I'm like, I don't know why it's not that popular compared to the other two, at least in like the people I know. But Imitation of Life is great, and it also has beautiful Technicolor. So any Douglas Sirk fan should check it out as well.
I need to check that out too. Written on the Wind's another great one too. If you like melodrama and Technicolor, that's the guy to go to. He's the one.
Yeah, I'm excited to check out more stuff because I really loved it. Again, it was my first 10 out of 10 in a long time, so it's great.
Have you seen Ali Fierit's Soul by Fassbinder?
No.
Check that out. It's very no spoilers, but it's a very similar movie.
Okay.
It's a very beautiful film too.
Great film.
Amazing. Blaire.
All right.
You're next.
So my pick is relatively recent, but I do feel strongly that it is. I love this cover a lot. It's so visually appealing to me. I'm going with Daddy Longlegs from the Safdie brothers.
Nice.
I just learned today that this cover was actually made from Josh Safdie and somebody else, not Benny, but it was made by Josh Safdie and somebody else for the Criterion cover. And honestly, like on the face of it, like the colors, the animation style is like so appealing. But on top of that, it does a great job of like representing like the main character as a literal fucking cartoon character, like he acts in the movie, just completely like failing. And you don't know in the cover like what exactly this man is failing at, but you know that like he's just completely like defeated, with like almost the implication that people around him are just like stunned to know what the fuck is happening. And yeah, I just I love Daddy Longlegs. I know this is a super hot take, but like I love it pretty much just as much as Good Time, not more than Uncut Gems, but
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems.
That's
that one does.
Me, dude.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
So sorry, I lost my train of thought. What were you gonna say?
Damn, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say that's pretty wild to me. I mean, I like Daddy Longlegs quite a bit, but Good Time is like it's like a whole other level for me, man.
Don't get me wrong, like the filmmaking in Good Time is undeniably better, but the rawness of like the film grain and the heart of Daddy Longlegs, on top of with like the complete anxiety of the movie, those things just really capture me in a way that like Good Time is amazing, but this lingers with me like even past when I watch it. And yeah, as soon as I saw that cover, I was like, I need to buy this. This is so perfect.
That was one of mine, and I put it back actually, but I did pull it at first and I put it back. But I am like definitely a serial Criterion blind buyer. If I see a cover that I'm like, ooh, pretty, like I'll buy it. And that was one that I will say I wasn't a massive fan of, but the marketing worked because I saw the cover and I was like, I really want that. And then I watched it and I was like, not my fave.
Well, hopefully you don't regret owning it, but I do agree. Like that, I am a serial blind buyer, so it's just like, but luckily I ended up loving the fuck out of this movie.
I will agree. Like, I think Daddy Longlegs has more heart, I guess. But Good Time genuinely makes me fucking cry. Like the ending to Good Time makes me fucking cry.
Me too. Me
Across
too.
the room stuff gets me bad. Yeah.
So I don't know. Like it is true. I think Daddy Longlegs obviously comes from a more personal place considering the context, but Good Time still gets me more emotionally. Even though it's a more like energetic, anxiety-induced movie, just emotionally it still manages to pack a punch more for me. But Daddy Longlegs is still a fucking great movie. I enjoy that movie a lot as well.
Daddy Longlegs to me is like a very sweet movie. It's weird because calling it that, but like the dad has like good intentions deep down, but he is just the most incessant fuck up you can ever imagine. But ultimately he wants to be like a good person to his kids. And I think that's like admirable deep down.
Yeah.
Definitely. Amazing performance by Ronald Bronstein as the dad, who also directed Frownland, which is also in the collection. So
that's cool.
Yeah. I love Daddy Longlegs too. I'm right there with you, Blaire. That's a great. And the cover's so cool. Like a Looney Tunes cartoon, coked out in a way.
Yes. For sure.
Which is funny because like I was while I was watching, I was like, what the hell does this movie have to do with this cover? And it's literally like a 2-second shot of the TV, like the cartoon that's playing, and that's the cover.
Yeah.
I was like,
I love that. It's so cool.
Like,
That makes sense that Josh Safdie picked that. It's almost like a troll sort of kind of mood there, but yeah, great pick, man. Carlito.
Yes. All right, so my next pick is a Mexican film from Carlos Regadas, and that is Japón. This is a pick that I picked purely for more of like aesthetic memes. Like it's not necessarily because it represents the film perfectly or anything like that. I mean, in a way it does. Like you could really analyze it and discuss why it does represent the film. In terms of like the main character trying to like go out into the Mexican wilderness and like really find himself and all the things regarding that nature. But I just love like the graphic art to this personally. I think it's besides the fact that it's a Mexican film, the cover itself like really attracted me. It's very psychedelic in a more subtle kind of way. And this is kind of a trippy film. Because it's like has some really bizarre moments in it. And it combines like a sense of surrealness with like almost like documentary style filmmaking that in a way is like awkward, but makes the film stand out in a really unique way. And in a way I do feel like the cover like actually does represent that element of the film. But yeah, I just love it. Like I love the little like agave plants everywhere that are all like different colors, like in the background, the outline of the main character and like the mountains in the background. Like I just really, really love it. And the greenery everywhere. I just really love the cover. And definitely encouraged me even more to like want to blind buy it and watch it. So yeah, Japón. And also obviously I really, really enjoy the film. It's definitely not for everybody. But it's a film that I personally like really enjoyed. So that has an amazing ending too. So there's that.
Nice. I like that movie a lot.
Great film.
Blind Buy actually, that I took a chance on, and yeah, like I was stunned by like the aspect ratio of the movie and like how this kind of this I guess you'd call it like claustrophobia. This movie kind of evokes a lot of the time, and is really fascinating, like how he presents the world and everything, and like kind of the emotional stability of the character and all that stuff. I always remember in that movie, like there's that long take of him just watching like all these kids go by, and it's like uncomfortably long.
Yeah.
That movie does some really wild stuff, and like the cover, yeah, I agree, is just like really eye catching and like really colorful and really striking. So good stuff.
Absolutely.
Does Carlos Regatas have any other films on the collection? In the collection?
No, but I'm really, really hoping that they put Post Tenebra Lux on there eventually. I think that's really deserving of a Criterion release. And the poster for that film is like perfect. You can honestly just put the poster for that as a Criterion cover.
A great poster. Wow.
It's really cool. And again, like he kind of ups the ante with like the surreal element. It's definitely more a surreal film than Japón is, in my opinion. But yeah, I hope that makes the collection. I also really enjoyed Post Tenebra Lux. I don't really know which one I enjoy more in comparison to Japón, but I think they're both great films. Definitely, again, they're not for everybody. It's like more of a divisive filmmaker, but I enjoy both of those films very much.
I really want to see Silent Light.
Silent Light. Yeah, Silent Light's a
fantastic.
film. That's a film that I think either I recommended it once, like a blind rec in chat. Either I did it once or I've always wanted to, but I never did it because I just don't think I would have gotten the votes. But it's a film that like I really, really have been wanting to see for sure.
I'm right there with you. I'll vote for it next time. I got you.
Oh hell yeah!
I got Carlos. I got you.
All right, love that.
I got
Loving
both
it.
Carlos.
You gotta join discussions more, Jake.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, being called out. I know. I do. I'm bad at managing my life, so
Relatable.
I've called arms. I was there for the village though. I was there to defend Carlos at the village.
Thank you. Yeah, where were you at, Rigby? I needed you.
I was there. I just couldn't talk. I was there. I was the only one that defended Adrian Brody with you.
That's true. That's true, and that was highly appreciated. Everybody else took a big old shit on me, dude.
Dying on that hill alone.
Yeah.
Adrian Brody.
That's a burning hill to be on.
Adrian Yanni.
No.
Yanni.
You got him.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, no easy way to transition that to mine, but unfortunately, I don't have Adrian Brody up in this stack. But I really like food, like most people. And there's very few Criterion covers that makes me salivate. I think you guys know what I'm getting at, but it's a big old bowl of Tampopo.
Hell yeah.
Which is
I almost picked that one.
I almost picked it too.
Nice. I mean, how could you not? It's just so infectiously just charming and makes you hungry. It's really well just thought out because like the character is sort of in the bowl and this guy's slurping them up. This is my favorite movie of all time. I probably mentioned that a few times, but I'm just so happy that the release was so perfect for this film and just the artwork and the supplements of this. And like Rigby mentioned the spine, like whenever I go to my case, like I always go to Tampopo first and like, there you are, my pride and joy. And goddamn, just what a perfect film. What a perfect cover. And all I got to say is it makes you hungry. Like, how could you not want to pick it? And Yuzo Itami, another great film on there is The Funeral, which is a great cover. I just love how it captures the cartoonish nature, as Blaire was talking about Daddy Longlegs, the kind of cartoonish nature of the sort of tone of this film. So yeah, Tampopo, my favorite movie.
It's a good one. Again, I almost picked it. I actually swapped that out for Japón last second.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it's a great cover. I love it. It's just so striking. And again, like film is about technically, I mean, it's a romance at the same time, but it's like sharing the romantic element with not only like, you know, a human being, but with food as well. And yeah, it's just great. I think it's not only like eye popping and just really nice to look at, but it definitely represents the film really well, in my opinion.
That's
Totally.
one I'm very keen to watch. It looks good. I haven't seen
Oh
it.
yes, please do.
It's a very
Um,
wholesome film too.
yeah, it's the most like me core movie in existence. There's food and sex and all that good stuff.
And food sex.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It sounds weird when I said it that way, but it's just, romance.
There's egg yolks too.
I was hoping that might be the cover when they really announced it,
Oh no,
a close up on the egg yolks and
not the yoker. I don't want-
the Arthur Fleck cover, yeah. So
That's a
yeah.
That's a great pick, though. I love Tampopo's cover, and just looking at it now, I see, Tampopo. I love that they placed her in the bowl of ramen, doing three separate cooking methods. It kind of represents what the film is about, of them trying to assemble all the different ingredients. What would make the best ramen, and it's also like she's putting her soul into the food. Like she is in she embodies the ramen that the man on the cover is slurping up. So there's a lot of different layers to that cover that I enjoy. And that's a great pick, Jake.
Grazie. Thank you so much. I didn't even think about that, about her soul being poured into the bowl, and it's like how that's what the movie is. So that cover's so good. There's so many levels to it. So yeah, that's my number 3. So we're in the top 2 now. Eugene, the Mojito Fiend, you're next.
Yes. So my my next pick, I'm gonna go with what Carlos did as well, which I had planned to do this, ironically enough. But yeah, is to choose what the film that is, in my opinion, the most like aesthetically beautiful, and the one I like to like gaze upon the most. And if I had to have like a poster of a Criterion cover in my room, it'd be this movie. And it is, let me see what spine it is, because I don't know. Yeah. Well, but it is a 2001 film directed by David Lynch. It's spine 779. It's Mulholland Drive. And I don't know. It's just, I really, really, really love the tone of blue that it's in this cover, and how it contrasts with the red of Laura Harring's lips, and Naomi Watts's pink lips. I think all the colors contrast super well with one another, and it's just the all, and also this like blurriness and like the high saturation that makes it feel like the more like a dream, with like LA like looming in the background at the bottom, and just like extending with just lights like until in the horizon, and the Hollywood sign that's like upside down, not upside down, but like backwards. Um, it's just, I don't know. It's so soft and so beautiful, and so like really, like it really fits the film, and it's my favorite poster of Mulholland Drive as well. Uh, it's the first one I think about when I'm thinking of like Mulholland Drive, and it has like so many posters, but this one's by far my favorite one. And it's just, I don't know, it's just so pretty to look at. Sometimes like I've confessed about this before, but sometimes I just take out all of my criterions and just play with them like dolls. Like I start organizing them in like uh towers by like nationality or runtime or decade or stuff like that. And I always take extra seconds to look at the Mulholland Drive cover because it's so nice. But yeah.
You have like Salo and Ghost World play with each other and stuff.
I have Salo. I don't have Ghost World though. I mean, Salo
You put
right.
you put Wings of Desire on the top shelf, looking out on everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
I need to just make my room filled with like criterions.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say Firewalk with Me,
Oh,
I had that in my honorable mentions too.
I love
which
that.
like this is like a good thing, but like honestly, Eugene, I feel like for the rest of my life I'm always gonna associate Firewalk with you, and like our conversations about it, and like about Twin Peaks, and I love that. So that's my sappy nod to Eugene.
That is such an honor. Because yeah, I love Firewalk with Me. It's my second favorite movie.
Wow.
Yeah,
Based. So based.
it's a
It's my
beautiful
favorite Lynch movie also.
Oh,
So good.
Lynch movie. It's my favorite English language movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great one. Okay, Bill. Go for your number 2.
Okay, Jake. This next category I'm doing is minimalism. I think that even though I love, for the most part, the complexities of covers in the collection, I have to dedicate this one to the best use of minimalism. Now, I could pick something like Beau Travail, where the main character is shrouded, his face covered, representing like the repressed desire that Sergeant Galope feels. I could pick Parasite, although that cover isn't isn't the best thing they could have chosen for it. But in terms of minimalism, it serves the film pretty well, having the title of the film spelled out in Morse code. But the film I think has the best representation of minimalism is Spy number 565. That's Charlie Chaplin's The Great Dictator. I'm holding this up. I'm looking at right side up. Okay, it's Chaplin with the hat on. Got the stash, a very suspicious stash that I'm glad he shaved after World War II. But I flip it over. Holy shit. Oh my God. He's Hitler. And I just love, I think it's just such a fun cover for the film because it represents the duality of his roles where he plays both the tramp and Hinkle, you know. So I think it's great. You can show it on either way, upside down or right side up. And how he juggles those roles was so perfectly done in the film. And yeah, Charlie Chaplin's covers in general in the collection are very clever, fun, great little spins on the film, great little references as well. And I think that The Great Dictator is among one of the best. So that's my pick.
Nice. That's a great argument for the minimalism being more effective or even as effective as other covers. This is literally just his face with, I believe, an orange backdrop, and how it has 2 separate sort of interpretations is like that's genius that they did that. Yes, sirree. Okay, Rigby, you're next.
Cool. I feel like this one is a little bit of a wild card and probably like an underseen, maybe underappreciated film in the collection as well. But it's a film from a pair of directors that I have been, kind of diving into. And again, it's one that really intrigued me. Like, I had no idea about the film, but when I saw the cover, I was like, that is so cool. It's one, again, with a lot of negative space, which I'm very attracted to. It is Spine number 93, and it is by Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger, and it is Black Narcissus. And the cover is a nun ringing the bell at the top of the tower, and the tower is like massive. And I love that image. I mean, especially like knowing that the film itself, a lot of the, I guess, backgrounds and even, I guess, foregrounds were, backdrops. They weren't, shot on site or whatever. And if you've ever seen like a Powell and Pressburger film, they are stunning. The Red Shoes. I know like no one here has seen Tales of Hoffman, which is also something I almost picked that one as well. Black Narcissus, I really enjoyed it. I know it's pretty controversial, and that's kind of a reason some people don't like it. But at the same time, it was made in 1947, and I'm not using that as an excuse, and I'm not going to get into it, but I mean, I get it, but also like 1947. But yeah, I mean, the film itself is so stunning. I mean, I know I keep pulling the booklets out, but I gotta, like, this is the cover of the booklet, and just that scene with the nun at the top of the tower, and like it's terrifying. Like when you look down at that, like I don't know, I just really like it. And again, I'm really attracted to images with a lot of negative space, and I feel like it's one in the collection that probably a lot of people don't have or really think about. And I did want to include a Powell and Pressburger film because I think my favorite of them that I've seen is A Matter of Life and Death, which was just like stunning as well. I know I keep using that word, but I'm not a huge fan of the cover, but this one I really love. And yeah, I mean, even the Red Shoes cover is beautiful as well. Yeah, their film. I think they have 4 or 5 films in the collection, but yeah, they're filmmakers I've been diving into over the past year, and their films are just so beautiful. Do you see a trend here? I love beautiful films. But yeah, Black Narcissus is my 4th pick.
You love Technicolor, it seems, too.
Yeah.
Two very
I
stunning.
mean,
yeah.
Even when you open the case, like God, that image like is so beautiful. And again, like I think a lot of it was shot on location, but a lot of it was also like just like painted backdrops as well, which is just amazing. So yeah.
Amazing. I'm glad you mentioned A Matter of Life and Death because that's one of my favorite discoveries this year. That movie is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I love it. It was so good.
Yeah. You guys, Powell and Pressburger, yay or nay?
Yes, very, very strong yay.
I'm surprised if someone said nay about Powell and Pressburger.
I love the Red Shoes, and I love A Matter of Life and Death. I think those are the only 2 films I've seen from them, but I love both of them dearly. They're both really great.
Yeah, A Matter of Life and Death is also one of my favorite movies. It's so good. Also very similar to Wings of Desire.
It is, yeah. That's a good point.
In a little way.
A precursor, if you will.
The Technicolor in that, like the one shot of like the angel coming down and they're in the flowers. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh yeah. I love the scene with surgery. The way that the Technicolor looks there. Oh my God.
You mentioned negative space, like the stairs and like the depth of field that they capture with that backdrop is bananas to me. In the 40s,
so good. Yeah, God, that is so stunning. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that and Wings of Desire are so similar, but yeah, I love that scene with the stairs. It's so good.
Yeah, if any of you all out there haven't seen their films, definitely just they can get you. They can be a portal into classic cinema. Like you'll love them. So, the Blaire, you're next.
All right. Cool. When this movie got announced that it was coming to Criterion, sorry. I was like, when I saw the cover, I was like so fucking impressed that that this is what they went with, because I couldn't imagine like a better cover. I genuinely feel that way. So I'm gonna go with the Celine Sciamma film Portrait of a Lady on Fire. Oh my God, it's it's just so fucking beautiful. That's all I can really say about it. Like, I love that it's not necessarily like a shot of the film. It's not a shot of like her on fire, like obviously, but that would have been cool. But just the way this like painting art is constructed, like the green dress is just so visually striking, and even I can't even explain like what the pose she's making in the cover, but I love it a lot. I don't know what it necessarily visualizes, but yeah, it's so well detailed. And yeah, even like the text, like the font and the coloring, and yeah, everything about this cover, the colors are just so beautiful. It's fucking gorgeous. I think everybody here loves Portrait of a Lady on Fire. I don't know if Rigby's seen it or likes it, but I know everybody else.
I haven't seen it, but I'm definitely interested in checking it out.
I think it's a masterpiece, and that is the most fitting cover I could ever imagine. It's beautiful.
Must see masterpiece. Yeah, and the pastels of that, and their costuming, like it really. You're right. It really captures that sort of period piece pastel-y kind of aesthetic that you had mentioned. Yeah,
I love the pastel aesthetic.
Yeah, and I love how like the film, like the film is all about gazing, and like looking, and you see her eyes are like covered.
Yeah, it's crossed out. It's like what the only smudge of the whole portrait is like a line that like covers her eyes.
Yeah, with like mustard. Yeah.
Mustard.
But yeah, and also shout out to the Petite Maman cover.
I was just
yes,
I almost picked
that. One too. Yeah, same.
Stunning.
Love that cover.
Yeah, Petite My Man is like, man.
Petite My Man.
Petite My Man.
My man.
I said that once to someone, and that's the title now. What a based movie. Celine Sciamma is like our queen of cinema now. I love her.
Yes, her and Julia Ducournau. For me,
that's very Blaire of you to say that. Yeah, I agree.
Me and Souffle both agree that once she drops that third movie, and if it's also a banger, she's gonna be one of our favorite directors of all time. And I know that's crazy, but I feel that way. Yeah, I love Julia Ducournau so much.
I'm right there with you. Yeah, I wish they had a Criterion for any of her movies or something.
Yeah, even for Raw, I would be like ecstatic for.
Yeah, Raw's so good, man. Oh my god. We love her.
My Mom was one of my blind buys as well. Actually, I think my boyfriend bought it for me, but he knew I wanted it, but I'd never seen it. And it was one that I ended up loving. It was so good.
Oh, you'll probably love Portrait. I'm willing to bet you'll love that one too.
Yeah, I can't imagine anyone not loving Portrait at this point.
Well, his name is Cynic, but you don't have to imagine it. No, I'm joking.
Is it?
I'm gonna slap him when I see him.
Good, you can do it. Yeah.
Is it the same director or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Gotcha.
Tima Mon was like, she made it so fast after Portrait. She kind of just pumped it out, and it's like
such different films too. Like they're both great, but oh my god, they're like totally different. It's crazy.
Completely.
Yeah, to me, like Celine Sciamma is definitely up there. Like I would definitely put her above Julia Ducournau.
Fighting words.
Yeah,
that's fair. Like, that's fair.
Her filmmaking and their craft and the maturity that she brings to the table is just like so fucking amazing.
And her patience as a filmmaker too is like unparalleled.
Absolutely.
The fucking sound design and I know that's a weird thing to zero in on, but seriously, the sound design in Portrait of a Lady on Fire is like some of the best in like at least recent times. It's crazy good.
100%. Yeah, for my two queens right now is her and Kelly Reichardt, obviously.
Kelly Reichardt. Yep,
she's great too.
Yeah, Kelly Reichardt is also very high up there.
I haven't seen any of her films, but I really need to.
Wendy and Lucy.
I know. I know, especially because it's a dog. We need to.
Yep. You need to double feature that with Umberto D.
I know. I tried to wreck it the other day, and no one fucking voted for it.
Prioritized out dog movies. Yeah.
Oh my god. Wendy Old Joy also has a dog chilling.
Yeah. Dog out. Yeah, chilling.
He's just straight chilling with them, with the boys. Yeah. Old Joy almost picked as a Criterion cover also, but that was too on brand for me. Anyhow, Carlito.
Yes.
I said Carlise. I don't know what I'm on.
Carlise.
Okay.
Carlissimo.
I've surprisingly have heard that before for some reason.
Damn. I didn't break the mold.
Yeah. Carlissa is like another one. I don't know why that even exists. But yeah, I don't know. But my next pick is is a film that I basically picked just because it's just an amazing looking fucking cover. Like, it's aesthetically pleasing in every single way. And just really, it literally is like popping out at you. And that's a film that's written and directed by Paul Schrader, and that's Mishima, Life in Four Chapters. This cover is just like, again, like it just pops right at you. Like, it is so interesting. Like, if you never heard of this film, this cover like instantly wants you to like, it's like just like absorbing you into it, into what it wants to offer you. And yeah, and like the title says, it's a life in four chapters, and I feel like the four whatever like faces we see represent each chapter in a weird way. And yeah, it's just again, like I mostly just picked it because I just think aesthetically it's just like one of those eye-popping and gorgeous looking covers that we have in the collection. And the film itself, you know, it doesn't hurt that it's also amazing. Just a really, really great film overall. It's my favorite Paul Schrader film that I've seen. I haven't seen that many, but it's my favorite Paul Schrader film. The one in terms of one that he's directed, not written. And yeah, just really great. Like I still looking at it all the time. I can just look at this all day and just be okay.
It's all stopped.
I knew you were gonna pick that one,
Just
but
look
Base,
at it.
it's a great cover.
Yeah. So
This
it's
is
very,
what-
it has a very like holographic attribute to the cover too, which is awesome.
Totally.
yeah,
The
that's
colors too. It's like gold and it's like a very sophisticated vibrancy to it.
And the film itself is, I mean, some of the most gorgeous shots I've ever seen. Like, really, really, really like. I mean, it's weird because a lot of the shots are very like, they feel very constructed, like they're very like artificial and like constructed. But my God, are they beautiful? Like, just super stunning shots in the film.
Isn't the Hedwig and the Angry Inch cover like metallic like that as well?
Is it? I don't know. Let me see.
Oh, you,
Right here.
you have that? I didn't. That's surprising.
No, actually, it's not. It's kind of normal.
I could have sworn there was one.
There might be another one.
Like-
Yeah. I know what you mean. There might be another one
Yeah,
out there.
I think there's more. that are
Hmm.
like that.
You got some kind of shine up there.
Oh my god.
Good
Good pick, my man.
That's a
Thank
good pick.
Great pick. I haven't seen it, but great pick.
My man.
Everyone's got
Petite, my
to
man.
Petite, my man. Everyone's got to watch Dog Eat Dog by Paul Schrader. That's a wonderful picture.
Doggy dog.
Doggy dog.
It's a dog eat dog world out there.
It's a. I love when they said it's a doggy dog world and the killer.
The killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh man. Okay, my next movie. I'm doing this for one of my good friends, Chandler.
I love Chandler.
We love Chandler. Very pro Chandler here.
Cool guy.
Yes,
Cool guy. Very kind guy.
it's very kind.
And his favorite director is Michelangelo Antonioni, and I got to pick Blow Up for one of my favorite covers. It is just stunning to look at. If you open it up, you got different colors on the lettering and stuff like that. The booklet and all that stuff. I won't take it out, but this movie is just so cool in every sense of the word. It's a neo-noir before those became really popularized, and like a commentary on the arts and our relationship with art and how it wraps up in the mystery. And yeah, I just think the cover really invokes this kind of classical nature that the sort of photography in this movie really invokes, and which is really simplistic and just bold. Like it's a bold movie for the time and what it kind of says about filmmaking and eroticism and all this stuff. So Antonioni was always sort of ahead of the curve, and I think this is like the perfect representation of that. I still, admittedly, I know Chandler has been telling me I got to see the unofficial trilogy of La Notte and L'Avventura and all that stuff. So I got to delve more into the man's work. But Blow Up is a film I quite like, and I love the cover. Do you guys have any Antonioni thoughts as a director, as a man, as a guy?
Never seen a film by him, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Same.
me neither.
I love L'Avventura. Like I love L'Avventura. It's one of my three favorite films in terms of atmosphere. I'm gonna talk about another one later, but yeah, La Aventura is so interesting to me. It's like I mean, when it came out, it was like considered the best film ever made at Cannes. Uh, and I don't know, it's such a like powerful film in terms of like it's themed about nature and like people and like the mysteries of life. And I don't know, I really really love that movie. And from what I see, every time I talk with someone about Antonioni, and even looking at like what directors had to say about him, because he was pretty famously hated among filmmakers. Like um, Bergman said that he was on his way to becoming great, but then he choked in his own boredom, something like that. Um, Truffaut didn't like him. Godard, no, not Godard. Tarkovsky didn't like Red Desert. Orson Welles didn't like him. Uh, so it's really interesting. Like I feel like more people need to see Antonioni, at least in our circle, because like it's. I think it's impossible to not have an interesting take on his work. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, from what I've seen with Blow Up, I think he's a really evocative filmmaker, and just kind of gets conversations stirring. So, and that doesn't surprise me that those guys were just not on his wavelength at all. Did not like what he was doing. So,
it's really funny.
Yeah. All right, we're at our top spots here. So, Eugene, if you want to kick us off, go ahead.
Well, with my top spot, I'm just gonna go with a classic. It's in the manual, of course. It's I mean, it's just so creatively designed. It recently got a 4K actually. But yeah, it's and it's not just the cover, but the whole like release. It's so beautiful, and it's The Princess Bride, directed by Rob Reiner, and Spine 948. And you know, like it has this like well, it's like a storybook, or like a fairy tale book, and it's just so like I don't know, like the texture is so special. It actually feels like a book, and it looks like a book. And it's just I don't know. It's also like the coloring is so beautiful. The drawing is so beautiful as well, and so perfect. And it's just like a sweet movie that you could like that. Well, that's very like child friendly, not like Pink Flamingos or anything like that. So you could show it like to I don't know. It feels very appropriate, and it's also like it like shows the magic the magic behind the film in such a like tangible way. And it's I don't know, I think it's really beautiful. And I think the way like the essays is like stuck to the backside. I don't know what it's called, but yeah, it's just so fun and innovative, you know.
Yeah, really.
Inconceivable.
Yeah.
It really captures the storybook, childlike sense of that movie really perfectly. And I was like really shocked when they announced that on Criterion to begin with, but like the packaging is like stunning. I agree. It's so aesthetically pleasing to look at.
Yeah, it is one of those films that I mean, like I grew up with and saw, but I don't know. I mean, y'all can disagree by all means, but I mean, not one of the greatest films ever made. So it is an interesting choice. I appreciate it, obviously, and like, yeah, the booklet and the cover is like stunning. But yeah, one of the more interesting, like, kind of like scratch your head choices for them to release.
Right. Yeah, but packaging wise, I agree, just gorgeous. That's a really fitting numero uno. So, Billiam.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yeah, that's a great pick, by the way, Eugene. I think that The Princess Bride is one of the best covers that depict that fantastical, childlike, nostalgia of opening up the book, reading it. It's also up there with the La Belle et la Bête or Beauty and the Beast. That's also a great, fantastical cover. Great fairy tale covers. And Pan's Labyrinth, too. But anyways, I digress. My number one pick is from a category I've written that's called deeper meanings. So that means, oh, oh,
Oh no.
one of my most favorite films.
Sorry about that. Just playing around. Go ahead. I'm keying out. I'm keying out hard now.
He's just embedded in you right now.
I'm
glasses.
I'm Gaspar Noé. Please continue. Please continue with your number one pick.
I try watching Princess Bride. I fled theater. I could not.
I took a shit on the Black Panther Blu-ray.
I had to escape the theater. Anyways, so my number one pick is films with a deeper meaning on the cover. So at a first glance, you'll think, oh, this is surface level, whatever it is. But after watching the film, that cover has such a deeper meaning to it. An honorable mention, because I know no one else has this, is Triangle of Sadness, where the golden hand grenade is free floating with the golden champagne. Very much a good representation of the film, of high society class being met with a sudden boom and change in their life. And another honorable mention, I know Eugene mentioned Mulholland Drive. I think Blue Velvet's cover is outstanding in how it's simplistic, you know? It's just a blue velvet curtain for the cover. It's in fact the opening credits of the film, but it's a great representation of Lynch, and how he says that not everything is as it seems. He's about to take us into a world beyond those curtains. But my number one pick is a film that doesn't get talked about very much at all, and it's Spy Number 196, Hiroshima Mon Amour, from Alain Resnais, or Rene, sorry, 1959. If you're looking at the cover, on a surface value, it looks to be a handprint, as if someone put their hand in white paint and pressed it against a black paper. But after watching the film, you know, it could represent a city. It looks as if it's the map of a city, Hiroshima, and the circles around it representing the ozone, the layers from detonation of the nukes dropping on the city. I think that Hiroshima Mon Amour is one of the best romance films I've ever seen, in terms of how it displays two wounded souls meeting in such a tragic place and finding that love and connection with each other and that relation to the event. You never forget about what happened when you watch the film. It's always there in the background. They don't even have to talk about it. It's never really mentioned in the film, but you just understand it through the looks they give to each other, through the protests, through the environment, the construction, the reconstruction of their culture. And upon second viewing of this cover, it really just represents that it will forever be imprinted on mankind of what happened on that day. So I love that cover so much. And, you know, take the film away from it, it still is a fantastic cover. So yeah, that's my number one, Hiroshima Mon Amour. You guys should definitely check it out if you haven't seen it yet.
Will do. You sold me on it. Not even just tonight, but we talked about it before, and you definitely made me want to watch it.
Yeah, I really like Hiroshima Mon Amour, and also I love. Well, he also directed last year at Marienbad, Alain René, and that's one of my favorite movies too. And I
Great
used
movie.
to have Criterion Cover, but it's now out of print. Yeah.
Right.
Because the world is unfair, and we live in a society. But
Yeah, that's been on my list forever, so I will get to that when I'm feeling Frenchy, you know. Okay, good pick. Rigby, you're next.
So I'm cheating a little bit with this one because it's a box set. But
I've been waiting for that. Let's hear it.
It is one that is like the epitome of this cover is so cool. What the hell is this all about? I need to see it. And it is like a box set of 3 films, and I feel like no one in the Discord has seen. And I am going to preface this by saying, Bill, these films feel so Bill core, and you need to see them. But it is the 3 Fantastic Journeys by Karel Zeman, who's a Czech director, box set. And let's appreciate the cover, but the reason I picked this is because the inside is, hold on, so cool.
Oh my lord.
And hold on, there's more. Whoa.
Oh my god, a pop out. Another pop out.
And yeah, it's
That's
so
so
cool. And these are films from like the 1950s, and I feel like they like catapulted almost like stop motion animation, but they're also real life. But they're so stunning, especially for the time period. Especially my favorite is Journey to the Beginning of Time. But yeah, these films are like very whimsical. So it's a Journey to the Beginning of Time, Invention for Destruction, and The Fabulous Baron Munchausen. But yeah, I mean, the box set alone, I mean, the pop outs are so cool. Like, I know it's only a 3-disc box set, but yeah, these films are like so up my alley, and so stunning and so innovative for the time period. And yeah, they're just really cool to watch, like so cool to look at, regardless of the plot of the films. I mean, the box set is stunning with the pop outs. Like, I've never seen, obviously a Criterion like that before. Another blind buy for me, just based off of the cover and the pop outs as well. And I loved all 3 of them. They were so cool. Very like, I guess, childlike, especially Journey to the Beginning of Time. But yeah, I recommend everyone check these films out because, especially for, the kind of practical effects that are in them. I don't know if anyone knows who Jan Spankmeyer is. I think that's how you say his name. He did the film Alice and Little Otik and Faust. He's also a Czech filmmaker, but he also was like kind of a pioneer of stop motion as well. And I know he really loves these films. Yeah, and I feel like, again, another box set or even films in the collection that people haven't seen. I feel like no one in the Discord has seen them or talked about them, and they're stunning. Yeah, I recommend everyone check these out. Yeah, I honestly think besides Wings of Desire, this is my favorite cover and box set there, and spine as well. Stunning. Stunning is my word of the night, apparently.
It's an accurate word to describe it. You've sold me. I know.
Bill, yeah, I feel like for some reason these are Bill core. Like, I feel like you would love them.
I remember maybe a year or so ago looking through Instagram Reels, the brain rot app that it is, but seeing a compilation of Baron Munchausen and seeing all the isms, the cinematography, the details of it. And it looked very captivating. From then on, I wanted to see that, but I didn't know that was like one of the films in the box set. So that's actually really cool.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out for sure.
I've never heard of this box set, never heard of this filmmaker, never heard of any of those films my entire life.
Same here. Yeah.
That's complete news to me. But that box set looks fucking beautiful. And the title of those films are very like engrossing, and I definitely want to fucking check out at least one of those films, so I have a really good excuse to buy the box set.
Yeah,
Same,
I
yeah.
did. I bought this during one of the 50% off sales. I think it's cheaper than like, you know, Bergman and Agnes Varda and stuff, but yeah, it was so worth it. They were so just like engrossing and just like so like just like mystical, whimsical. It just makes you really appreciate practical effects as well. Like you can tell what's happening, but it's just like so endearing and like so much thought and time and went into it. It's just it was such an enjoyable, like wholesome watch. All three of them. Again, Journey to the Beginning of Time is definitely my favorite, but they're all great.
Did you say they implement like stop motion animation in those movies?
Hmm.
Okay, or a hard sell. I mean, I'll definitely watch those.
Yeah,
Anytime
they're
anyone
great.
mentions that, it's like I'm in.
Yeah, even just like owning this in your collection is so unique and cool. Like I recommend picking it up because
Yeah,
they're great.
absolutely gorgeous packaging for sure.
Yeah.
Awesome, amazing.
That's a good pick.
Yeah, definitely the most obscure, I think, pick of the night so far for sure.
Yeah, and I know it's crazy because yeah, like I said, I feel like no one in at least the Discord who are people who, you know, I know that love film the most. I haven't seen them and I just yeah, I hope everyone checks them out.
Absolutely will do. Blaire.
All right. So the rest of the movies that I picked were pretty easy lock-ins for me. I had a really tough time coming up with the last one, but I think I finally settled on one. And I think it's one people wouldn't expect. I'd be surprised if I don't know. I hope you guys think it's like a good cover too. So I'm going with La Piscine or The Swimming Pool. It has a very simplistic cover, but I remember like even upon looking at the cover first time, it really sold me on the movie because like it's like two people half naked like on top of each other, but it literally I knew even from the get-go like something about this movie screams sleazy, and that is the word I would use to describe La Piscine. And even like looking further into it, you see like I don't remember the main character's name, but like the girl completely like enamored with the main character. Meanwhile, the main character is like completely looking at something else. I don't think that's coincidental. Like if you've seen the film, you kind of know like what his eyes are set on and how that kind of like planted the seed for his I don't know if downfall is too dramatic, but yeah, like the whole movie is just like based on these like dynamics. And on top of like the interesting characters, I love the overall film aesthetic and like I said, the sleazy nature of the whole like environment and themes and overall plot. So yeah, I love La Piscine's cover. It's just I don't know. It says so much about the movie with just such a simple setup. So
Yeah, just with you like talking about it, I just realized like I was looking at my Criterion shelf and I just realized I don't own La Piscine.
oh, that's such a great movie too.
Yeah, I need to on the next haul. I need to be on the lookout for that because I do think that's a great movie.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I own it, but I haven't seen it yet, but I need to.
Ooh. Jake, were you here when I don't know if you like disconnected or something or
Yeah, so I I spilled my water, so I was cleaning it up while you were talking.
oh
Uh,
shit.
La Piscine was your pick? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I have not seen it.
Oh
That's
shit.
it looks very like something I would enjoy, like an erotic thriller type deal.
Highly recommend. Is Bill Eugene, have you guys seen it?
Oh yeah, it's a good film. I think it's a pretty great thriller, a meditation on jealousy as well
Yes.
in a
For
relationship.
sure.
Great representation on the cover. So yeah, that's a good pick. I remember glancing through that, looking through my Criterions, thinking that'd be a good one to mention. So I'm glad you picked that, Blaire.
Thank you.
I haven't seen it. Somebody who's actually a really cool guy, uh, called Souffle, recommended it to me.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, Souffle loves Lepicine. Like, I know he agrees. He loves the cover, and it was definitely Souffle who like got me super interested in this movie. So shout out to him.
Yeah.
Oh, you redeemed him there. You have to bring him down another time at this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I live to gaslight Souffle.
The description of this is going to be the wine talking, but the description of jealousy in relationships feels like it would be very therapeutic. So I feel like that has really bumped its way up on my list of watching.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a huge theme in the movie. So absolutely.
Yeah.
Nice. I need to check it out. Maybe I'll watch it this weekend.
Fuck
Yeah,
yes.
I've owned it for so long. It was one that Zed actually bought me for Valentine's Day. So I don't know.
So perfect.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, I need to watch it.
That's like it's like giving someone Blue Valentine as a gift or something.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Carlos.
Sure. All right. So my number one is a very simple cover, actually. But every time I look at the cover, I just it reminds me how much I really love this film. And it's a film from Satyajit Ray called Debbie. I fucking love the cover of this film, and I fucking love this movie. I just think again, it's a simple cover, but to me, not only is it like eye popping and just looks interesting, but I think it perfectly represents the film. Because for those of you who don't know, this film is basically about a daughter in the family where her father is convinced that she's a Hindu goddess, like a reincarnation of a Hindu goddess, and the film she has to like come to terms with the reality that not only her family is convinced that she's a goddess, but her entire community thinks that as well. And the kind of like split down her face here, I mean, to me personally, kind of represents the duality of her identity, to where a part of her has to play the part of being this like healing goddess that everybody thinks she is. And then the other side of her obviously being the human being that she kind of wishes she could just go back to. And it's just a beautiful cover. Like I love the colors chosen. And again, it's not very elaborate, but it just gets the point across really well, while also just like really maintaining intrigue. And I just love it so much. I mean, I still have only seen 2 Satyajit Ray films, this and The Hero, and they're both masterpieces in my eyes. And I also have the Apu trilogy that I've just blind bought. Like I love those 2 films so much that I just blind bought a box set.
Yes.
And I am super excited to watch one of those films whenever it happens. And it's crazy because like
you would have picked Father Pinchali if anyone voted.
Yeah, don't fucking. I was about to say, I'm so pissed. Like, no one. Every time I'm in VC, like, no one in that actual voice, hardly anybody in the Discord has seen Panther Panchali. Yet every single time I fucking wreck it, hardly anybody votes for it. I don't fucking understand the logic behind it. But whatever. It's like one of the most influential landmark pieces of cinema ever made, and somehow everybody's like, eh.
I've never seen someone defend a movie they haven't seen as much as you've defended Panther Panchali.
It just looks like an Indian. It looks like an Indian version of Boyhood. I don't know.
No, it looks interesting. Unlike Boyhood.
I've seen it. It's incredible. It's a 10 out of 10.
12 years of Apu.
It's just a given to me because that's actually the film that like most people talk about when it comes to Satyajit Ray. But like that's like the film that everybody just agrees is fantastic. But yet nobody has seen it from him, and yet nobody gives a fuck to vote for it.
I'll throw it a vote next time.
Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate that.
I find it so funny, but it's like because it's so good, and Saji Ray is like all killers no fillers type director. You know, the music room it looks fantastic. You know, some
And,
say 4-hour sort of dissertations on it. Some people have written.
I was waiting for it.
I
But
really
yeah,
want to see. I really want to see the Big City from him too. I heard that's a fantastic film.
Yeah, me too. I
I want
agree
to see
though.
every film he's ever
Debbie-
made. Honestly,
Debbie is like one of my favorite covers too. I bought it solely. Well, one, I knew you guys had loved. Some of you had really loved the film, but the cover just so simple and just gorgeous to look at, like the colors and everything. So,
oh, absolutely. Yeah, again, like it's a film that even before I even saw it, like when I would come across it in the Criterion Collection sections, I would just be like, again, I would just want to blind buy it. Every time I looked at it, I'm like, and that was before, I actually watched like The Hero or anything. I just would come across it. I'm like, this movie looks so fucking interesting. I want to watch it. And then after I watched The Hero, I'm like, okay, yeah, I gotta watch Debbie.
right. Is there a ghost behind you?
Huh? No.
Something just slowly inched into frame, and it's a
What,
paranormal
really?
activity. Yeah.
Your light like moved.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
no, it's because Jin's like coming in and out. That's why.
Oh, okay. It's like slowly shifted. Like got
Yeah,
some
yeah.
ghostly vibes there.
Yeah, Jin's like coming and she's like bringing me like snacks and stuff. 'cause she's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's based, and
Yeah,
so is
thank
Debbie. So that's a great pick. All right, let me finish this off here. With the pretty stereotypical pick, but I think is undeniably one of their best packages, if you ask me. Is Wesley Anderson's Fantastic Mr. Fox, the Roald Dahl adaptation, and no film cover really captures the essence of Roald Dahl quite like this. Yeah, I mean, just the colors, the sort of warmth that this movie exudes, it just makes me want to curl up and experience the fall weather. And you just look at the whole landscape that Wes Anderson and his designers sort of crafted is like all on here. And just, I mean, stop motion just really lends itself to a really warm aesthetic sensibility. And this movie, I think, captures that better than most stop motion movies do. Just the nostalgic feeling of being a child, and me being a fan of Roald Dahl really helps. But I just feel like an instant connection when I see this on my shelf. And like Bill had said, a lot of Wes Anderson's covers are pretty iconic, and that his brother sort of designed them. You could feel that they're like really personal and particular to Wes Anderson's vision. So I don't know if you guys agree, but I think this is my favorite and the best Wes Anderson cover. It's just so gorgeous and warm.
I think my favorite.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I think my favorite is the Royal Tenenbaums cover.
It's a great one too. Yeah, the bird and everything on the roof. Yeah,
And the color palette, like the pink that's on there, I think is really good.
I thought you were gonna say Breaking the Waves, Carlos.
They do look very similar, goddammit.
They do.
Yeah,
No, Moonrise Kingdom and Breaking the Waves, right? Those are the ones.
Yeah,
that
that's
float.
what. Yeah, that's what I was
That's a
about.
joke, yeah.
We need an Isle of Dogs release. That is my favorite Wes Anderson.
Oh wow.
What?
That's your favorite Wes Anderson movie?
I mean, it does seem Rigby core, yes.
Yeah,
It's
dogs
dog,
and stop
yeah,
motion.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
Rigby
totally,
core.
But Fantastic Mr. Fox was one of my absolute favorite books as a kid, and I think that film so encapsulated it. Like, I don't know if anyone else like read it, but it was very like true to the well, not even really true to the source material, but it felt like, you know, it looked and felt like what Roald Dahl intended.
As a kid, like when I imagined an adaptation, or if I ever imagined like it came to life, like it's the perfect representation of your imagination as a kid, like these characters actually interacting and stuff on screen.
Yeah.
Definitely. So that's it for the cover segment of this. We're gonna take a break and come back, and we're gonna be talking about AT aliens, and we'll continue.
Outcast.
Yeah.
Yes.
Andre 3000 new album in like now maybe it's 12
It comes out. It
Eastern.
comes out tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Danny
new
Brown.
Danny Brown.
Danny Brown.
Fuck,
Yeah.
yes. Oh, are you excited for new Drake too, Jake?
Okay,
He's coming out with something.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. We'll talk.
Some kind of Drake.
Some kind of Drake.
Some kind of Drake.
We're back, and we're talking about the top 5 Criterion release films that you would show to aliens. And that was just kind of a random thought experiment I had one day, and I feel like it would just perfect format for a podcast discussion. So I was like, here we are. And just to be brief about like how we went about this, I feel like we all have our own definitions of I think Blaire said it best, of just shit posting and just actual movies that we would actually want to represent the world with when encountering these aliens. So yeah, so without further ado, let's just do it. I feel like it's going to be a fun, ridiculous, all over the place conversation, so let's just get it going. And Eugene, since you were first for the other segment, feel free to start with us. What's your first pick for the AT aliens?
Okay, so my first pick is well, there's even an interpretation of the film. I mentioned earlier that La Ventura is one of my top 3 favorite atmospheric films, and this is one of the other 2. There's even an interpretation that claims that there's like that the film is like through the point of view of like aliens, which is really interesting. But well, my number, which is kind of why I was inspired to do this, because it's one of the first films that popped into my mind. Could because of the way it captures like just life in general, and it is a film released in 2001, directed by Lucrecia Martel. It's an Argentinian film, and it's La Ciénaga. La Ciénaga, there's so much to unpack with La Ciénaga. It's one of my favorite movies, and it's so I don't even know how to like start to describe it. Well, first off, I think it's so profoundly atmospheric. It has such a like thick, deep atmosphere that you can like cut it with a knife and it smells horrible. It kind of smells like sweaty feet. It's so like me and Mike have this bit that whenever we talk about it, we just come up with the weirdest ways to describe it. It's like this film makes me want to cut myself with a dirty glass, stuff like that, because it's kind of true. If you've seen the movie, you know that's kind of what it's like. But it's just a movie about like terrible like high Argentinian society in the early 2000s after the collapse of the Argentinian economy. But it's also like it's just so human, and it's showing the like darkest, ugliest, like not even corners, because it's just the main picture of like the human experience and like families, and it's so scarily relatable, at least for me growing up in a Latin American country, of course a Latin American family. And like the opening shot of the film and the closing shot of the film, like not to spoil, but it's like these, like the camera starts looking at the mountains in the horizon, and then it doesn't pan down. It just I forgot the name of the camera movement, but it like moves downwards to like the world, as if like it was descending to like judge these people and see these people. And then by the end, after it sees every like all the fucked up like relationship that these people have towards one another, and all the like ego and selfishness and all the racism that goes on in like Latin American communities, especially with the high class, the camera just goes back to the mountains and just says like, oh fuck it, let me leave. And like some people have argued that like the whole point of the film is to like showcase like aliens coming in to watch the film and watch like the world, and then they're like, this is like, no, fuck this, and so they leave. And so I don't know, it's one of my favorite movies, and it's just so it just paints such a bleak but like real portrait of life, that it's just one of the, I like one of the films that came into my mind, maybe to scare the aliens away. But yeah, it's a great film.
Great call. Yeah, the way you and Mike and Chandler also have been talking about that movie recently has desperately made me want to revisit it. It seems like such an incredible feat. I just did not get it the first time, and I desperately want to revisit it now.
Me neither. It's one of those movies. The way I like describe it in that way is that the first time I watched it, it was like a 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
But now it's like a 10 on rewatch because the first time it's just like I don't know, it's just weird, just a weird sticky movie, and then but then it keeps like its atmosphere like seeps into your brain and it stays there for like years, and then once you watch it again, like more so knowing what you were expecting, you can see all of the stuff that Lucrecia Martel was doing, because I think Mike didn't like it at first either, and I was like one of, if not his favorite movie. And like I was a huge fan of it on rewatch after not liking it that much the first time, and I've noticed that with more people. But yeah, definitely want a second shot.
Have the rest of you guys seen this?
I love La Ciénaga. That was my blind rec pick, and I'm glad it won because it prompted Mike to recheck it out, and Eugene, and now they both love it, and I love it. I think we, not to spoil the video, but I think we talked about it a little bit during the video, and yeah, I think it's amazing. It reminds me of Gummo. I know I say that every time, but it does. That's smarter.
Straight to my heart is comparing anything to Gummo. No joke, I might watch this tonight when we're done. I desperately want to rewatch this and feel that sort of funk that you've been talking about.
I've seen it, and it's a decent movie. I'm not that huge on it, to be honest with you. I don't know. I would watch it again, but I don't really have much of a desire to rewatch it. I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting things in the film. I think it has an incredible opening scene. Like I thought from the opening scene itself, I was like, holy shit, I think I might really love this movie. But then it just kind of like runs into a lot of like, I don't know. It just kind of gets to the point where I felt like a little bored with the material, and it is in a way like meant to be that way. But I just lost a bit of intrigue while I was watching. Like as the film progressed, I kind of also progressed to lose investment into what was going on in the film. I mean, one of these days I'll give it another shot, but as of right now, I don't really feel much desire to do that. But again, I love the cover of the film. I think it's interesting. I love that shot in the film. It's a shot that's like in the beginning of the film, basically. And I think the opening sequence is great. And I think the way that it explores like this really twisted like family dynamic between different family members is really off-putting, but very like honest and real. I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of people consider it to be just kind of like a dirty, fucking like stinky movie because of that. Also, everybody's like sweating all the time and shit too.
Yeah.
But it is an interesting movie. It didn't resonate with me nearly as much as everybody else.
Yeah, I love the beginning as well. It's such a good cold open. No pun intended, because there's ice and the sound design is so amazing. And I don't know, it's just such a wet, humid movie. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, yeah, it's great in my opinion. But I respect people who don't like it that much, especially in a first watch, because I was on the same boat.
Yeah.
Disgusting is a great way to describe it. It even makes showering look appalling in the film.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I like how we're scaring the aliens away right off the bat. That's what I want.
Right off the bat.
A way to scare them away from our human nature and our filth.
I love that we're describing this movie as filthy, gross. I'm on Carlos's boat with the film. I thought it was meh. But I love that when we did discuss this film, Mike said, I love this movie. I would have sex with this movie every night if I could. Just ever since he said that,
boy.
Ever since he said that, that's just always been stuck in my head as like the Mike quote that I love. But yeah,
What a guy. What a guy. Um, that was a great pick though, Eugene. Like I said, I'll probably watch it tonight if I have the energy. Bill, you are next.
yes. All right. I have also done subcategories with this. First and foremost, I'm showing the aliens the Apu trilogy, Pather Panchali, so we know what the fuck that movie's even about and how it is. But no, my first pick is actually going to be a representation of love to the aliens. Now, I don't want to scare them away quite yet. I want to show them what the human connection looks like on film. The joyous butterflies we feel in our stomach when we see someone we want to have sex with and love and marry and have children, all those joyous feelings that we all swoon over. Hopefully the aliens can understand, and if not, maybe a certain film by Jacques Demy will do so. My pick is 717. It's The Young Girls of Rochefort. Now,
Carlos, just roll his eyes.
While I love The Umbrellas of Cherbourg and even Donkey Skin, I don't think that those films represent positive love as well as The Young Girls of Rochefort. It's cheesy as fuck. It's swoon worthy. The dialogue, it could be considered cringy, but I think it's just perfect in every sense of the word. It is a musical, so if the aliens are like Carlos, they might nuke us on sight. But you know,
he's like 6 out of 10.
You can say it's also a great introduction to music too, just and the melodious human heart that we have inside each and every one of us. So I think that would be a great film to show the aliens, at least in terms of the representation of love. Now, Carlos, hold up. I would also maybe show them Punch Drunk Love. That's a good representation of love too. Yeah. You like that one? They don't sing, but
yes,
yeah, that's my pick. Young Girls of Rochefort.
Great film.
Let's not denigrate Jacques Demy here.
Yeah, you can't shit on the homie like that. Okay.
I'm just kidding, Carlos. Go ahead.
It's objectively like, I mean, whatever. It's choreographed really well. The actors did a great job dancing around. The color palette's nice. I felt very distant from it. And I'm a very like emotional and sensitive person, but it wasn't my cup of tea, man. But apparently Jacques Demy is not my cup of tea in general. So
that's fair. I get that.
I love The Young Girls of Rochefort. It's such a like an injection of joy and just like, well, yeah, fun and like, yeah, love. Such a great representation of like the power of love on screen. And it's not necessarily the love between the characters, which there is a lot. It's just well, it is like very much a romance movie with like 8 couples or like four couples, but it's more so the love that you feel when you watch it, and it's just so like I don't even know, like so unparalleled with any other movie that I've seen. And Michelle Legrand's music is so amazing in that movie specifically, even better than in The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, in my opinion. Even though I might like Cherbourg a little bit more.
So good.
You're always listening to the soundtrack.
I
can
am.
see on Discord.
I'm always.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you are listening to them a lot.
I only downloaded Spotify. I'm an Apple Music listener usually, but I only downloaded Spotify so I could hear the Young Girls of Rochefort soundtrack because it's not on Apple. So yeah, I love. Real quick though, everyone's favorite song from the film. What is it?
I was about to ask you that.
Yeah. Well, I know Carlos's is the end credits, but what about everyone else's?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't want to out myself. I actually haven't seen this movie yet.
I forgot.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I love what I've seen Lola and Donkey Skin, and I absolutely love those. I gotta get to the musicals.
Different films.
Yeah, I could tell. But I just love his style and his tone. So I'll get to him.
My favorite ones are Well, I have they deleted the English names, so there's only the French names. But one I know, it's We Travel from Place to Place, which has what's this guy's name? George Shakiri's. So one that goes dun, 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 that one, and the other one is exactly that one. So good.
Yeah.
And the other one that's my favorite one is, well, I don't know the name in English, but it's Marie, Ami, Ama, ou Marie, and that means like Navy men, friends, lovers, and husbands or husbands.
Mm-hmm.
And that one is it's like a duet, like a rap battle between this George Akiri and his friend, and they're like the girls they came into Rushford with, because they're leaving to go elsewhere.
Oh, is that the song where they're like, "If only your eyes were blue, I would have died for you"? Is it that song?
Yeah, it's that one.
Yeah.
Na, 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 na,
You guys
na.
are waterboarding Carlos right now.
I'm glad. I'm glad. He needs to feel the demi. Okay. But
I felt enough Demi. I think I'm good, bro.
yeah. Rigby, what's your number one?
I don't know because they're all in French, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I love it though. I mean, that's the first box set I ever bought, and my favorite box set I own. I love Jacques Demy. Like, yeah, I will stand champion.
Yes. Yes. My number one is tied between the Andy and Love song where Gene Kelly's dancing around after he meets Catherine Deneuve's sister,
Mhm.
and also a very underrated one, but Simone's song. That's
Yeah.
the older guy that turned out to be their dad, sort of, who they meet. I just love the tune of it. Mon fiancé trouvé mon nom très ridicule. I just love that song.
So
So
good.
fucking good.
I
I
love
learned.
every. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, it's great.
Oh, I was just gonna say I love every time they mention Mexico in their songs because they do
Oh,
it a
yeah.
lot.
Mexique. Yeah.
And then, oh, and also Andy's song, that's my ringtone. Well, my ringtone for my brother, because
Nice.
most of my ringtones are like Seahawks plays, but that one specifically is the part where he goes adi udi udi. That's like my ringtone. It's so good,
Yes.
so silly.
I remember editing that over a clip of the Greasy Strangler
Yeah.
while he's dancing.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Oh man. All right, for Carlos's sake, I'm gonna say we should move on. Get him out of his chokehold.
I was gonna make a joke about like one of the songs in the movie, but I swear to God, I don't remember a single fucking song in that movie.
All right.
That's all I got.
Well, all right. We're good then. Rigby.
So my batch of films is it's either teaching or letting the aliens question the human condition or throwing them off completely. So my first one is going to be on the more serious note. And it is my second favorite film of all time, and it is Spine 1051, and it is David Lynch's The Elephant Man. And the reason I picked this to show the aliens is because I think this film very much questions and will have the aliens question whether or not humans are born good or born bad. Are they taught good or are they taught bad? I am of the assumption that humans are born bad and taught good. And I think this film is a perfect representation of that. I think it leans more so on the side of humans are innately evil. And I love it. I fucking adore this film and I cry every time. And there are scenes that I have to fast forward. And I think it would give the aliens a very good insight into human nature and how we are innately evil. And that's what I believe. And I think they would agree. Oh, the Elephant Man.
Honestly, so hard agree. Yeah. And maybe we'll give an ounce of like how much empathy that we really should be giving off towards each other, and that movie kind of is the lack thereof, and the human condition in a very ugly sense, for sure. And I feel like even stylistically, I could see aliens like eating that shit up for some reason. Like it's so just weird and off-putting and cryptic. I feel like they might dig that aspect, along with any other Lynch movie, for sure. So fantastic pick for sure.
Yes. Yeah, I love that film. I would honestly like consider putting that above like films like I mean, it'd definitely be above Lost Highway. I'm trying to think of other films I put that above. It's hard to choose, but
Blue Velvet.
I would definitely put it above. I would definitely put it above Blue Velvet. Inland Empire, maybe. It's
are you ranking them like for aliens or just like your enjoyment out of them? What's this?
No, it is just my David Lynch ranking. So yeah, I'm just trying to say that like The Elephant Man, I think, is a great pick because I do really love that movie. In terms of like Lynch's filmography, I think it's honestly it might be one of his most human films, except for maybe The Straight Story. But both of those films are very like, I don't know. I feel like they say a lot about humanity in a very straightforward way that I really appreciate.
Definitely his most linear as well.
Yeah.
Accessible to more people that don't really dig his other stuff too. That's like a good bridge.
Yeah.
Rigby's the one who pushed me to watch Elephant Man. So thank you, Rigby.
I love it. I love an underdog. It breaks my heart. I mean, John Hurt is just amazing. But yeah, I think it'd be interesting too for aliens because he looks kind of alien looking, and they'd be like, "Damn, humans don't like aliens."
He's literally mean.
Damn, they have musicals and they make fun of us. We got killed their asses.
They killed the Elephant Man and Gene Kelly first.
Yeah. Well, wait till they find out.
That an American was in Paris at one point.
Yeah.
Wild at Heart, Carlos. You didn't mention that one.
Great film.
Oh, Wild at Heart. That's I'm not the biggest fan of that film.
Damn.
Boo.
Oh fuck! I shouldn't have asked.
Of course.
10 out of 10.
He hates snakeskin jackets and Laura Dern, of course.
It represents his personal freedom, dude.
Yeah.
It's funny. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if I looked into it as just like an absurd comedy, then maybe I'd like it more.
Wizard of Oz, man. It's Wizard of Oz.
I need to. I think I need to watch it again. That one I'm definitely like open to watching again, like soon.
Too violent.
That's good. Too violent?
Yeah.
Blaire, you want to go?
Yes. Speaking of David Lynch, Inland Empire, because I think it would be fucking funny. Is like, what the fuck are these guys on? Like, what demented fucking, structure of DNA had to be created for this shit to be made, I mean, you can make an interpretation like as a human, but for like aliens, like what the fuck? Like, who? Like what happened here?
Rabbits.
What if the rabbit aliens though, and they're like, holy fuck, they got us perfectly. Lynch is such a wild card for this topic. I feel like it could go either way. It could be nuked or just welcomed with open arms.
Well, I will say this is my most shitpostiest entry, but I wanted to bring it up first. So, Inland Empire, just to see the reaction, just pure reactionary shits and giggles. But that, to be honest, that's not why I view I love the movie. I love the movie way more than that. Obviously,
Me too.
Think Laura Dern has like one of the best performances. Like, I don't know, like at least in David Lynch's catalog. and it's just such a fucking wild trip about like an actress like losing her fucking herself in this corrupted Hollywood system. But to aliens, you'd be like, what the fuck? Rabbits and big lights and weird faces.
Sure.
It's kind of crazy.
So we're gonna troll them into insanity, and the strobe light's just gonna send them away, probably.
Precisely.
Yeah. All right. I loved it. I love you kicked it off with a shit post. That's very that's really smart of you. All right. Okay. Carlos.
All right. So the first film that I would show them personally, like this also is like in the spirit of trolling, I guess, but it's not really trolling because I feel like this represents a huge element of who we are as a species. I would show them Pink Flamingos from John Waters.
The asshole scene.
Yeah, like I just feel like I'm sorry. Like, sure, we can show them something fluffy and romantic about who we are as a species, and I think that is a huge element of who we are for sure. But I think we just need to be honest, like right out of the gate, as a huge element of who we are too. Like this is a perfect representation of just like pure, like unadulterated filth. That I think perfectly represents like the more like nastier elements of what our species is, and what we're capable of, and what we're willing to put on screen and write our name on and like sign a signature and say, yes, I made this movie. And yeah, like so many scenes in this film will, I think, perfectly demonstrate not only the boundaries that we are willing to push, not only just like as a species, but like in the art form. And yeah, like again, like this isn't like something that's like trying to push like, oh, this is only what we are. But I think it's important to come right out of the gate and just kind of like let them know before they get their hopes up way too much that there is an element of who we are that is deeply embedded in this kind of bullshit. And yeah, that's it really. Yeah, Pink Flamingos. I think it's important for the aliens to watch this like right out of the gate. I mean, in a way, it might scare them off, but in a way, they might be so intrigued that they'll just like respect whatever the fuck this is. So yeah, Pink Flamingos. Love this film. Definitely the most hardcore John Waters film I've seen so far. Probably the most hardcore one that's there in general. I don't know, but if you can't watch the asshole scene and still respect us in some way, then maybe you don't deserve to be on our planet.
Oh, you know what? That's also a great pick because Divine's character in that movie has this sort of like wipe out humankind sort of mentality. Like she would join the aliens in an extinction against us. So if maybe they'd find solace in that fact and how filthy it all is. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, man. I mean, John Waters is like he's a part of our brain. Like he's that part of our brains that needs to be exposed to them and sort of unapologetically done so. So
they probably get scared of you going to their spaceship and leaking their furniture.
And then, you know, give your son a blowjob on their couch.
Oh yeah. She's so real for that.
Yeah. She's so real.
So
Fantastic
kind.
movie.
Yeah,
So kind.
so kind. When she goes like, "Oh, kill everyone now!" Oh my god, like,
So true.
Mr. Rogers.
So true, Queen.
One of my favorite scenes in that movie is when there's like the mob. They're having a party and the cops are trying to arrest them, and they end up just like eating all the cops. Like it cuts to way of them like kind of just crowding around them, and then their body parts are dangling everywhere. It's like one of the best cuts in cinema. It's so funny.
And they have like a pig's head as well.
Yeah. Just filth. Yeah, great pick. So my next one, I'm gonna be similar to Bill Griff in the sense that I'm gonna talk about love because love's a powerful thing for humankind. And Bill mentioned this movie, so I just felt like I had to talk about it right away. And the Punch Drunk Love by Paul Thomas Anderson.
Based.
I mean, I've talked about this film to death at this point, but it's in my top like 10 favorite films of all time. And to me, over time has just kind of been my most accurate portrayal of love in terms of just a personal journey of my dating life. Just sadly, because I relate to a lot of elements of Barry Egan in this movie, just just deeply uncomfortable in my skin a lot of the time. And meeting that just one person that does it for you and breaks you out of your alienation and your loneliness in life is just so important to the human condition. And Bill had mentioned that the strum of our hearts, the notes that play in our hearts, and this movie has the little piano that he plays. I just think would teach the aliens that love is seen in all types of forms, and it's off kilter a lot of the times. It's very messy. It doesn't make sense all of the time also, but I just think I think it's such a great metaphysical representation of love, in an allegory sort of way. And it's not totally, it doesn't make sense, and that's why I love it so much. And like Adam Sandler, I feel like I think he could be a good analog for aliens understanding, self-destruction and like family dynamics, all the stuff with his sisters and stuff is like really truthful to how complex family life is and how it could sort of, I guess, stick with a person, for lack of a better term. But my God, man, I mean, just hearing Shelley Duvall singing "He Needs Me" is like that just puts a twinkle in my eyes. So I would just show that to them to understand love, loneliness, and how it's important to all of us. And just like pretty much what Bill said about Jacques Demy. So, yeah. And it opens the door for Adam Sandler. They could watch Little Nicky and all that stuff after that. It'll become a stan.
Hubie Halloween next. Good movie.
Right.
I would not flee the theater for that.
It's a good movie.
No.
Yes. Well, actually, no. I can't agree with that. Really.
What is this bullshit?
Are you going back on Hubie Halloween now?
No.
I'll
Hubie
vote
Halloween
Pather Panchali. Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
No. Hubie Halloween is good. I would definitely show that to the aliens, but Lil Nicky, no. That one I can't say.
That was a joke. I wasn't actually.
Little Nicky.
That was the worst one I could think of.
They'll destroy us minute one. Oh, it's done. We're done.
Happy Madison produced the Benchwarmers, so they could.
Oh yes, Eugene, Benchwarmers 2, Breaking Balls.
Benchwarmer, yeah, the aliens would love that so much because they would just die.
Just commit suicide on the spot.
They do, yeah. They're like, what the fuck? They're like, there's no alien representation. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but there's a character in Twin Peaks called Lil Nicky, and he's one of the worst parts.
Fit in, yeah.
I enjoyed Lil Nicky though. I enjoy it.
What?
In Twin Peaks.
Oh.
Yeah, the caveat, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a good podcast. What Adam Sandler movie would you show aliens?
We just need to have a Sandler podcast in general.
My brother who does the podcast too, he's done it already. So we could do a part two.
Yeah.
We could do it again. We could do it again.
Yeah.
Anyhow. Yeah, Eugene, you're up next.
Yeah. So I'm glad Carlos is here for my next film because it's gonna be a controversial one, naturally. But I don't know, like when I think of what to show aliens in my first pick as well, it was kind of a movie that represent humanity in a way. And this movie is like I think it's like a really profound representation of like the human experience, especially when it comes to art. And that is 1969's Sergei Paranakov film, The Color of Pomegranates, Spine 1950.
Okay. Hold on.
Hell yeah.
Based, Eugene. I love that movie.
Yeah.
Not the color of diarrhea.
Color of diarrhea.
Wow.
Fucking awful.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, let's hear the man out. Come on.
Okay, wait, hold up.
So I don't know. It's just like I think it is one, like, not to sound like, not to go too far, but I think it's one of the most like important films I've ever seen because of like how it like encapsulates a great like figure for a culture and just a culture in general, especially 40 years after the culture was like or I don't know if it was 40, but it was something like that, less than 60 though. After that culture got like well, faced a genocide. And I think it's like a really powerful statement of like how culture can prevail. And even though like the experience of watching it might not be the funnest for most people, I still think it's like, I don't know, I still think it's like very beautiful, and it's like poetry in film. Um, and it's just, I don't know, I think it's funny too, which most people wouldn't agree, but still I think it's funny. I don't know, I think it's one of the most beautiful films I've ever seen. And it's like maybe after showing the darkest corners of humanity with La Ciénaga, maybe just to put one of the most like beautiful corners, which is like the face of like art. And I don't know, I think this is like such an artistic movie in so many ways. Well, for those who don't know, it's like a collection of images that's kind of an adaptation and also a biography on a Armenian artist Sayat Nova, or Sayat space Nova. And it's just, I don't know, it's such a like powerful collection of images that like represent so much more. And well, for those who don't agree and don't like the movie, maybe it'll put the aliens to sleep and you can steal something from them. I don't know. But yeah.
Dude, I'm so happy.
Sounds
you
like this
picked-
movie is really controversial. I had no idea. I've never seen it.
Newsflash, it sucks.
No,
God
you're
damn,
wrong.
that was loud.
Anybody who says it sucks, you're wrong. Color of Pomegranate is so fucking good. It's like it is like I love that Eugene mentioned the fact that it's poetic, because it really is like the most compelling pieces of like abstract poetry I've ever fucking seen. Like from scene to scene, like the blocking, the framing, the fucking like just like the fucking visual artistry is just so insane. It's obviously like from the get-go not meant to be a film that you just like, you know, has a story to propel along or like is meant to be understood. It's just a film that you just experience as just like a flow of like moving images for what it is, and it's just so fucking beautiful. And like, I don't know, like whatever, it's obviously not meant to be everybody's cup of tea, but the artistry behind it and the expressionistic elements behind it are just like insanely unmatched. Like, I just think it's a beautiful film. The imagery is just so like unique, and I just love it. I just love it. Like, again, it is incredibly poetic, for sure, and love it.
The shot composition is so amazing in that movie.
Yes.
And the color, yeah. Oh, you remember the shot with the books on the roof? That's like such an
Yes.
But also like, I don't know, it just makes me think about like the power of art in general and how like it's kind of silly, which I know it sounds like coping, but I don't care. It's kind of silly to categorize a film as good or bad when the film is like such a when a film can be like such a representation of so much more, when it's like the heart of a culture poured into the screen.
Yeah.
So like,
Absolutely.
how could you say that you like that or don't like that? It's just weird.
Yeah.
But I respect the people who don't like it. It's a fair opinion. It's a pretty, like, I don't know how to say it. Like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it's just like every single frame of this film is like an interpretive painting.
Yeah.
And I understand, like, if that's not your game when it comes to watching a movie, I understand. It can work sometimes and it can not work. But with this film, it definitely works just because of, you can just tell with every frame that there is so much thought and artistry put into every single shot in this film. and um, I just think it's just like an absolute stunning piece of artwork to witness, and I think it is a great pick, you know, to show the aliens, you know, what we're capable of in terms of like artistry and the humanity and the culture, like you mentioned, behind it all. But yeah.
One of the movies of all time.
Rigby and Bill want to pounce, but I think they're being respectful, so I appreciate that. I really want to watch it, and form my own opinion. Maybe I'll blind buy it.
No, you should be like me. I love the movie, but I've never seen it.
Yes,
It's amazing.
I love it.
I spiritually give it a 9 out of 10. I won't give it a 10. I'll give it a 9.
Okay, base.
That's so
Yeah.
big. Yeah.
Is that debate souffle again? Does he like hate it?
No. I
Yes.
just think it's a great movie.
I know he has seen it. He likes it. Souffle has seen it. He likes it. We've talked about this.
Okay.
Souffle loves Love on a Leash more than anything.
Oh, he loves Love.
That's his favorite.
You know,
He
it's
loves
crazy
it.
because like the fucking vast majority of people that have watched the film, like they fucking love it. Like they really, really love it. But inside of like the Discord server, like it's like one of the most hated movies.
Yeah.
So it's shocking to me.
It's the new Uncle Boomy, I guess.
Kinda. Yeah.
Basically, it's treated as if it is Uncle Boomy.
I'm glad Uncle Boomy has some flag taken off of it. So good. Yeah.
Oh man, throwback. All right, Bill, what's your pick?
Uncle Bone Me. All right. I like that the cover art discussion was so hospitable. Now we're just dogging the fuck out of each other with this alien Criterion. It's so funny. I'm going to counteract my first category I chose, which was the representation of love. I agree with Rigby that humanity for the most part is pretty fucked up, and we just have this incessant need to destroy ourselves. Now, I was thinking of picking something like Raging Bull as one of the best manifestations of that kind of subject matter, but I got to go with humanity destroying itself with 1966's War and Peace from Sergei Bondarchuk, spy number 983. It's
I thought you would, Bill. I thought you would.
It's a 7.5 hour long film about the Napoleonic invasion of Russia, and it is a perfect representation of why humans suck. You know, of course, half the title means peace, where there is a moment in the film that characters meet and they fall in love, but that is only ruined through the negative feelings we have, the vices the human beings are capable of displaying, and like I said, the incessant need to destroy ourselves, the pure animalistic tendencies to fight those we do not understand and those we do not know. And of course, greed, power, that's all that represents Napoleon's character. And yeah, War and Peace is great. I know Rigby and Eugene can back me up on saying that it's one of the best war films ever made. So it's a good depiction of violence, but it's also so beautifully made. Like it's a gorgeous looking film. I've never seen chaos and carnage depicted in such a well orchestrated fashion. So yeah, that's my pick.
That's a great pick.
It's a great. Yeah.
Stunning.
Still haven't seen it yet.
Me too.
Same.
Yeah. It has some of the most, to steal a word from Rigby, stunning mise en scene and set pieces of any movie ever. It doesn't get enough recognition for how great it is in like the film canon. I know we've talked about this before, but like more in private. But yeah, it's like such an amazing film, and it threads the line between like beauty and horror and love and hate and life and death and war and peace so delicately, and it shows like all the sides of like the human condition in those ways, and like the philosophical aspects of it, and also the whole aspect of like, I don't know, pride that's like at the heart of the film, and of course, as you say, the horrors, especially in part four, which is so horrifying. Like,
Yeah.
and I don't know, the way it's shot, like that it shots the battle scenes with similar camera movements than it shows the like valses and dances. It's an amazing film.
You could argue that you could show them any other war film in the Criterion collection, like Paths of Glory, The Great Escape, or the most obvious Debbie Downer war film. But I think the fact that they showcase these characters experiencing such feelings of joy and comfort really aids to the horror aspect, the violent aspect of the film. Just to build them up to tear them down, really. So, yeah.
Yeah, and like to see the early on in the first two parts, to see like how their biggest fears and horrors were like especially Natasha and what's his name? It's not Andre, it's the other guy, Pierre.
Yeah, Pierre.
Like their fears are like a lot more like a lot smaller and more mundane when compared to the fears that they face in parts 3 and 4 with all the death and like war around them. Yeah.
Also a beautiful cover.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Isn't the filmmaker also stars in the movie too, and everything?
Yeah. Yes, Sergei Bondar plays Pierre.
He plays Pierre, and
that's crazy.
Yeah. He was
Pierre's my favorite character. I love
He's great. I'm personally an Andre stan, Andre Bolkonsky, but
I'm a Natasha fan.
Andre 3000.
Yeah.
New album, baby.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I gotta listen to it after this.
Okay. Rigby, you want to go next?
I'm gonna reel us back in here and ground us back on Earth and really try and throw the aliens off for a second. This is a film that I love and is honestly almost a 10 out of 10 for me. And I think it would throw the aliens off, and I love it. So I'm going with Spine number 738, Tootsie.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
You know, I know people have a lot of things to say about this film, but god damn, you cannot deny what a fucking terrific performance Dustin Hoffman does in this film. It is so believable and funny and just, I love it. I think this is a great film, and I think the way it approaches its subject matter is honestly, in my opinion, and others can disagree, respectful, but Jessica Lange as well, stunning. And yeah, I think the aliens would just kind of be like, what the fuck's going on? And they would question a lot of things. So Tootsie, that's my pick.
Nice. One of the top tier cross-dressing movies of all time.
Yeah.
Just have a little fun.
Great.
Aliens just have a grand old time.
I think that's one that Michael Cera pulled in the closet as well.
Oh, based. That's great. Bill Murray also.
Michael Cera and Ethan Hawke's one of their favorite films of all time. And yeah, you mentioned Bill Murray, and Jessica Lange, of course, who won an Oscar for the film. It's a great ensemble cast in Tootsie. Yeah. There's so much to love about it. I think it's a really fun film, but it also says a lot about gender roles in businesses, especially in Hollywood structures. And yeah, I think it's really important, powerful film. And above all else, it would throw them off for sure.
Yeah, even the Jessica Lange winning Best Supporting Actress in that throws me off.
That's so nuts.
She's a great actress and she's stunning, but
gorgeous.
I'm kind of like, really? for that role of all things, but I don't know.
I always forget that Sidney Pollack directed that because he's made such dark and thinky movies, and that's more of like a lighthearted comedy. And honestly, so cool that he has like that much variety. You know, they shoot horses, don't they, and stuff.
It is so weird to think that I've always thought of Sidney Pollack as the guy from Eyes Wide Shut,
yeah,
because he plays the leader or like one of the main people in the rich elite cult.
Yeah,
and so just I've always thought of that darkness around him, and so yeah, it's funny thinking that he just directed Tootsie.
He also played the doctor in Death Becomes Her, and he's brilliant in that. He's such a great character actor. It's a really good pick. I did not see that coming, so that's really cool. Blaire, do you want to go?
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, my next one is pretty different from my Inland Empire pick. I'm gonna go with the movie that was actually watched in VC today, Mirror by Andrei Tarkovsky. Yeah, I think this one is like a better pick than like I don't know, say Stalker. I think Andrei Rublev would have been a good pick too, just for like a historical like angle about like religion. But I think Mirror is a good one to focus on when it comes to humanity, purely because it focuses so heavily on particularly memories and dreams. Obviously, I haven't seen the movie in a long time, so the details are fuzzy, but I just know it follows like a dying man's like recollection of memories and dreams, and I just think that's a good avenue for like kind of aliens or whatever to like explore that part of like the human condition and how like an artist can like represent that in their art. Yeah, I guess that's my explanation. I think we're all Mirror fans here, no?
I haven't seen it.
Decent.
The fuck?
No, I love The Mirror. It is another one of those like films that capture the human experience in more of a subjective way.
That's so artsy too, and so well made. I love it.
And just the concept of memories, I think, is important for the aliens to perceive as, you know, like they're fragmented, very abstract sometimes.
Very abstract. Yes.
And it's really well conveyed in that movie, and oftentimes like really terrifying too. So I feel like yeah, I think that's for Tarkovsky films. I think you nailed the best pick there. So Stalker is like, and Solaris might be too. I don't know, it's just not as representative of humans as that one.
Yeah, and it's sci-fi, and like aliens are already like sci-fi, so it's like, you know, it feels almost redundant.
Yeah, they are the stalkers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Carlos.
Yes. So my next pick is a little obscure film called 12 Angry Men. Yeah, I just think this is like essential, like show aliens like the amount of dedication that we have, not only systemically, but like from one singular person who is willing to fight with all they have in order to actually get to the truth and to what's just and fair in regards to the result and likelihood of someone's life. And yeah, and it's also a representation of our court system, and how we have set up this structure. We have got, like, as human beings, we have gone out of our way to set up this systemic structure in order to go about punishing people in a way that we feel like is just and fair, and the kind of process that we go through in order to make sure that not only that us as human beings are satisfied with the punishment of those who have done wrong, but when it comes to the pursuit of truth, whether or not determining whether or not this person that is accused of such crime actually has done it or not, and what it takes to get to that truth. I think it's just a great way to demonstrate that. Also, it's a chamber piece film. It would be really cool to like show the aliens how much we can do with minimal location. And yeah, but mostly it's my pick because I think it's representative of the humans, not only compassion for other human beings, but our willingness and determinism to pursue the truth of a situation, especially when the consequences on someone else's life. So yeah, and it's such like a society movie too when you think about it. So yeah, 12 Angry Men, that's my pick for one of the films I would show the aliens.
Nice. Really well said about the judicial system being representative of our both the ugly and just compassionate sides of our humanity for sure. And like each of those characters are like archetypes for how we perceive other people in certain ways, and like and our biases and other people that can get past that certain thing. Like I thought of To Kill a Mockingbird as a potential one that it's not a Criterion, just ones that you could really represent the unjustness of how we deal with really tough circumstances in our culture and in our society. So that's
when I mentioned like the compassion and like the pursuit of truth, I was mainly speaking through like the perspective of like Henry Fonda's character, basically. Everybody else in the film, not everybody else, but a lot of other characters in this film are basically like other like uglier archetypes of human nature. Some guy who just wants to get through the process so he can go to a baseball game. The other guy who literally just hates minorities and wants them to go to jail and be put to death. And then you have just like other people who really could just give less of a shit. And, but then you have like, it shows you the power of what huge difference can be made from just one person who actually does care. So yeah.
Yeah, and kind of what Rigby said about Elephant Man is like that underdog mentality of the kind of underrepresented person that on screen for sure. And Sidney Lumet in general, I think, is perfect for aliens to see just the complexity of the human condition. If you look at Serpico, if you look at Dog Day Afternoon or Network, all those movies I think are just perfect.
Failsafe would be another good
Yeah.
Sidney Lumet film.
Yep.
No, absolutely. He's one of the best to ever do it for sure. All right, cool. My next pick is sort of a shit post on the surface, but I think can kind of work for both. And that is Michael Lee's Naked, starring David Thewlis. A little bit of a troll for sure. I know this film is pretty complicated in terms of the reception and what this kind man represents in our world. I just want to show him the ugly side of how self-infliction and alienation could just do so much damage to the psyche, like unbelievably to the point where he can't normally interact with any human being in this entire film. And, say what I know people have been put off by him and also just how this movie meanders for quite a while. But to me, I really connected to the women in this movie because there's sort of this complicit nature of how they deal with him and how it's kind of the patriarchy represented in a really perverse way, with just how they can't get rid of these men in their lives. And not to say I want to represent the patriarchy with this movie, but I think it's a really interesting look at that, and how male to female dynamics are just really perverse in this day and age. And yeah, and like just how one man can really just destroy every ounce of humanity within himself, within the context of like one or two nights. And I think similar to what I was saying about Lumet, I think Mike Lee is just an incredible surrogate for describing the human condition and how we interact with each other and the good and bad parts of it. I mean, Naked definitely more on the negative spectrum, but also like the doomsday aspect and like the prophecies he's sort of talking about with that security guard. One of my favorite scenes in any Michael Lee movie. I think it's just really profound to how we we kind of look at human extinction in so many different ways, and I feel like his is like so thought out, and I feel like they maybe it'll give him some ideas, but also just realize how self-destruction works in our culture, and just done so in a really simple way. So yeah, it's definitely kind of a shit post, but I definitely wanted to include Naked. I don't know how y'all feel about that movie, but I certainly really, really love it.
Great fucking film. I will not take any different opinions.
Thank you.
David Thewlis fucking kills it in that movie. It's fucked. It's pretty like disturbing, honestly.
Yeah.
Very nihilistic. Oh my god.
Extremely.
He's literally a Smiths fan.
What the Smiths does to a motherfucker.
Oh my god.
He said he'd cure your ill, but he didn't, and he never will.
Yeah, that's one that I was kind of like meh about, but I think it's a great representation, weirdly enough, of how England actually is compared to how the world sees it. Because I know a lot of the world views England as like London and royalty and fancy and blah blah blah, but matter of the fact is majority of England is actually a massive shithole, and I think that film really portrays that, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I watched Naked like long time ago, probably like at least 3 years ago. Didn't really like it all that much, to be honest with you. Like there's elements of it that I do appreciate, but overall I just wasn't all that moved by the film. I didn't find it to be all that thought provoking, but it's like a decent movie. I mean, I wouldn't give it below a 6. I would at least give it a fresh rating. I think David Thewlis in the film is really, really great. But in terms of Mike Lee, though, I mean, Secrets and Lies, to me, that is like his true masterpiece.
I thought of that in terms of more like the better film. Obviously, I would say that, but for the alien thing, I think Naked is more fitting personally.
That's fair.
Yeah, but definitely, I agree. Secrets and Lies is 11 out of 10.
Yes.
All right, cool. Eugene.
Okay, I just want to say I love Naked, by the way.
Nice.
Common Eugene W.
Okay, thank you.
Cynic and Mike also love Mike Lee and Naked, so shout out. Cynic the Critic.
Well, my next film is well, I kind of wanted to get more of an entertaining movie for the next pod, and this movie is like I think it's super entertaining especially when it comes with how playful its filmmaking and its editing and its camera work all are, and its performances. All of it is super playful, and it stars my favorite actress of all time, and she's my favorite actress because, well, it's gonna make sense when I say the movie, but like because she's one of those movie stars in my head, like Divine or Marilyn Monroe, that like nobody else could do what she does in the way she does it, even though her performances don't seem that challenging. And my number 3 film is Band Apart, Band Apart, or Band of Outsiders by Jean-Luc Godard. It's a 1964 film starring Anna Karina, and it's just like about these 3. Well, I don't even want to like divulge or just whatever. Say the plot elements that happen, like what happens in the film, but it's just such a fun dumb movie about like I mean, it is kind of bleak at the end, but I'm mostly talking about the craft here. But yeah, like the editing is so insanely playful with the montages and the music and the title card. Everything about this movie is so like really fun and playful, and I don't know. I think it's one of the best examples of like entertaining cinema that also happens to be like artistic and like art house ish, and also like very true to its essence. And it's not like I'm looking for art house films, but it's like It's just like to its core, it's just a very human at the end, and it's fun in a human way. That comes from like, oh, somebody saw this and was like, oh, this looks cool, this looks fun, this looks interesting, and so they did that. Instead of just being like, oh, what do other people like to see? What would other people like to see so that I can make like entertainment for everybody, for the masses. But yeah, I don't know. It is. I don't know if anybody here has seen it. Well, Bill has, but he's not huge on Godard. But yeah, it's well, it's a. Well, I think it's a great recommendation for everybody who hasn't seen it. It's a great film, especially for aliens. Great rec for the aliens out there.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I dig Godard for the most part. I mean, it's pretty challenging, but that's one. And Anna Karenina is incredible, so I'll definitely check it out. It's Bill, do you don't like that movie that much?
Fuck Godard. I don't like him. I think he's like the closest thing you could get to a French frat boy. Like, I feel like Godard had not one, not two, but 3 different graduate posters in his house at one point in his life.
Yes.
There's something about his films that just do not click for me. But I will say Band of Outsiders is a fun movie. That is, if I'm not mistaken, Eugene, isn't that the film where Tarantino got the Pulp Fiction dance from? Yeah.
Right.
Oh no, that's 8.5.
8.5. Okay, my bad. Well,
no, Tarantino named his production company
Band Apart.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just know that there was like Tarantino inspiration from that. And the dance scene in that film is probably my favorite scene in the whole movie. And Anna Karina is definitely a joyous star to behold in all of Jean-Luc Godard's pictures. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like the guy. I don't like the guy. I don't like his movies.
I think that's more than fair to say. He alienates himself with what he does. So he's still making movies, huh? I mean, he was.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, he's
like
dead.
he was till he died.
Well, actually, Aggro Drift comes out pretty soon. We'll see.
Oh shit!
How dare you compare the?
No, he died like he died
really recently, right?
Yeah, right. Am I getting it wrong?
He did a couple months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly forgot because like he had a movie come out like last year, so I'm like, he's probably still alive, right?
Godard. Yeah, Godard died like 2 days after Criterion announced Ratatouille. No, not Ratatouille. Wall-E.
anyone can cook, even Godard.
Like, 2 days after Criterion announced Wall-E.
Please speak that into existence.
And
I'm probably gonna clip that, Eugene. We'll keep that forever.
Oh, no, but I remember.
Now that's a good French film.
Godard.
That's a real French auteur right there. Remy.
No, but it was I just remember because there was a really funny meme about like Godard being like
puppet controlled.
While he's not cinema, the Criterion Collection dies with me.
Oh my god.
That's a little dark.
That's so funny.
Godard himself is kind of cringe, but Breathless is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Breathless is really good.
That's the only film I've seen from him. I own a Vivre Sa Vie, but I've never seen it. That's like
I love that movie, Blaire.
I bought that during like my Amazon Criterion days, like when I exclusively bought their Amazon.
The Bezos phase.
That's
yes.
Shout out
free
to
shipping.
Yeah. Another shout out to Souffle, fellow Anna Karina enjoyer.
Fellow Flint Slicker enjoyer. Sorry, go ahead. He's gonna hate me for that one, but oh well.
I like Weekend.
Weekend,
that's a good movie.
But Weekend is it's such a unique and different and like expressive movie. Like it's definitely a different kind of movie you've never seen before.
It's good. Now it has like that tracking shot on the highway that's like really famous.
Oh, that's a great
dude.
shot. Yeah.
That scene is so good.
Yeah, I gotta check it out. Bill, do you want to go?
Yes, please. Let's move on from Godard. I'm going to recommend a film from the human experience, something that we all will go through in life. It's a great representation of that theme, and this film is something I want to recommend to Eugene and Rigby because I know that this is Rigby core and Eugene core. This is spine number 221 from 1952, Akira Kurosawa's Ikiru. The story of an old man played by Takashi Shimura who is diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer, and he soon realizes that he's wasted his entire life doing nothing. And he dedicates his final few months on this earth to doing good, becoming a better person, and hopefully leaving a mark on society that is not a stain, but a nice autograph, something sweet to leave behind. I'll just say that. And when I first saw this movie, oh my God, it floored me. It completely destroyed me. I felt every emotion. I felt angry. I felt sad. I felt happy. I felt cathartic. And I think that Ikiru is one of the best movies to tackle that sense of mortality creeping up on you, the existentialism that, well, maybe tomorrow, I've still got today. But gosh, and this was the first movie I saw from Kurosawa where I realized he wasn't just an action filmmaker. He really knew how to tell a human story, a very humanistic, down to earth, raw and compelling tale. And Ikiru is a great one. I think the aliens they might cry when they see it. And I would love to see what an alien tear would look like. That's my rec.
Great pick. That's my favorite Akira Kurosawa film, actually. And I think also would be great for just to tell them our desire to leave an impact on the world is like really palpable in that movie. And especially just within his what that character represents and everything. And one of the most beautiful shots that I always think about is him on the swing, and it's like it just brings tears to my eyes.
Yeah,
it's one of the great films of all time.
That scene pulls tears out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Just sad old men cinema. That's how you get to me. Or Animals.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's a great pick. Rigby, you want to go?
She fell asleep.
She muted herself, so I think she has to unmute herself. She fell asleep.
Okay.
She's like me. She falls asleep all the time. Discord.
She's in the middle of Ratatouille.
Understandable. That's like fuel to your soul. Like, you gotta watch it to get like the hope back.
Sorry, can y'all hear me? My headphones were dying, so I had to plug them back in. Or put
Oh,
back
yeah.
in.
We can
We can hear you. That's fine.
Sorry, we've been on so long that my headphones were like.
Yeah.
So my next pick is one that I intended to be more of a serious note, but could be taken as a throw off film as well. It's also one I really wanted to include in the favorite covers discussion. But I'm choosing spine number 864, Being There, Hal Ashby. Yeah, I think at its core it is a very serious film, but it's also one that would maybe make the aliens scratch their head. In terms of just how dumb and gullible humans can be, and what humans perceive to be as intelligence or leadership. And I just love the character of Chansey in this. Peter Sellers. He's just so, I guess, wholesome and at his core very innocent and juvenile, which does kind of contradict my notion of humans are born evil and taught good. I think this film challenges that a little bit, because just Chauncey is just, I feel like inherently good and just literally living. He's just out there existing. Yeah, and I love this film. It's a good time, and it has a lot of, I guess, socio-political undertones as well. But I think it's a mixed bag. It's like you can either take this film pretty seriously or you can have fun with it. And again, I think it is a mix of serious and scratch your head. So I think it'd be a good one to show the aliens of how dumb or smart humans can be.
I really, really, really want to see Being There. I don't
You
know.
would love it. You
I
would
know.
love it.
I know.
Go for it.
I got to blind buy that shit, I think, because I can't find it anywhere really to watch. So I'm definitely gonna.
Yeah.
Well worth the blind buy. It's such a fantastic movie.
Yeah.
It says a lot of Hal Ashby's movies are really life affirming and just so witty and smart about their characters, and that's no exception. It's fantastic, and Peter Sellers is an all-time best performance, if you ask me. Just so goddamn sweet and innocent and charming, and yeah, I agree. And has that, yeah, you could show them how absurd politics are in our country and still is, so, and how gullible everybody is about it. So it works on many different levels for sure.
Yeah, this was another one of my blind buys that I ended up loving, but I do think it's Bill Core. I think you would love it.
Yeah, that's another film. I mean, that's actually a film that I would say it's an interesting choice because the main character in the film comes off like as an alien on his own. Because he's just literally completely separated from like the way that humans project their complex feelings and emotions, and he's just kind of there in a very like blissful state of just like existing in life. And he just kind of just goes from situation to situation, impacting people's lives in ways that he has no idea that he's doing, and people are interpreting his words in ways that aren't really what he's intending, but what's important is that it affects him in a positive way. And he just, I don't know, it's a really good movie. I think it's a good pick because, again, he himself kind of comes off like as an alien to the human race throughout the movie.
And his character doesn't go through any bit of an arc, and like really everyone else around him does. So it's like, it's one of those movies I love that is like representative of the world rather than the character, and like how everyone reacts around him. And it's kind of, it's just so ingenious in what it tackles and how it in such a really hilarious fashion too. Fantastic movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned Mortality with Ikiru, but Hal Ashby, the only other film I've seen from him is Harold and Maude.
Yeah.
And that deals with mortality so fucking well.
So well.
Just based off of how much I love that film, Being There definitely seems up my alley. So thank you for reminding me, Rigby, with that pick.
Yeah, I need to watch Harold and Maude because I feel like I would love that. But yeah.
Amazing film. Blaire.
Originally I had this as a different pick, but I literally just changed it because I thought about it more and I was like, I don't know. I was like, I just wanted to change it. So I came up with this one on the spot, but I think I stick with it. So it's a Taste of Cherry by Abbas Kiarostami. And obviously I pick it mostly for its very heavy and complex themes, but told very simplistically and beautifully. And I think it would be important because it just once again it's just kind of like a tale of like the human condition and how like a lot of people like completely lose like motivation and deal with mental illnesses such as depression for a number amount of reasons, but something like conversations and little butterfly effects can like have such a profound effect on your mindset and your perspective. And yeah, I just generally think that's a very beautiful and profound thing. And I'd be very curious to see how somebody who maybe doesn't deal with that kind of stuff would take that and what they would think on that. And yeah, Taste the Cherry is a masterpiece, one of the greatest films ever made, in my opinion. So
Absolutely.
I love movies like that where it's just a wake up call to your humanity. Really.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's why I watched it last time, is because like I needed something like super life affirming like that.
That's a great pick, Blaire. Fucking
Totally.
fantastic film.
Thank you. I'll tell you guys originally what I was gonna pick. Obviously, don't take it as like a real pick. I was gonna go with Koeni Scazzi, and I was like, wait a minute, this is just like doom or nihilistic, so never mind. I'm just gonna change it real quick.
I actually predicted that you were going to choose Koyani Scotzi also.
I was very close. I almost picked it, but no, I'm fine going with Taste the Cherry. It's more.
I figured someone would. I'm like, someone's got to pick Koyani Scotzi for the aliens to trip out on some DMT or something. I don't know.
Maybe it's too on the nose.
It's too nihilistic, honestly, because it's literally how about humanity is like raping their planet. So
exactly, yeah.
Maybe not the best showcasing.
And Taste the Cherry representing mortality also, and the complex feelings of wanting to die. So it's I think it's a really good pick too. And yeah. Who's next? Carlise?
Yes,
sir. All right. So my next pick is Lars von Trier's Antichrist.
yes.
Based.
Wow.
I know some people might be like, well, what the fuck? You already showed them Pink Flamingos. Why are you going to show more fucked up shit with this fucked up movie? For me personally, this is to kind of showcase how, I mean, Pink Flamingos is more of like a showcasing of just like our pure filthy side. It's almost like, it's like Pink Flamingos is basically like anti-art, basically, like in a way. Antichrist is kind of the opposite. Like, to me, this is a showcasing of how we can be really fucked up and just really graphic and torturous in a way, but actually have it for a meaningful and dark and artistic purpose. So it kind of shows them both sides of the same coin. Like, yeah, it's fucked up and it's hard to watch, but it's not meant to like kind of like shit on art or be like a subversive, like trolling piece of filmmaking. This is like actually the graphicness of this film is contributing to the artistic expressions of this, of the artwork. And I also wanted to pick a horror movie because I think horror is like something essential to show to the aliens. And I was like, well, which horror film would I show them? I think it would probably be Antichrist. So yeah, and also you learn about loss, in a very like deep way because of the fact that it deals with an infant. But you also get to learn about relationships in a very toxic but realistic way. The idea of therapy, and also the unforgiving and chaotic element of nature as well. So yeah, Antichrist. That's why I would show it to him.
Nice. Got to show him a Willem Dafoe picture at some point. Our greatest living actor.
Or
and
better
possibly
yet, his dick.
Yeah, I was gonna say
his Johnson.
I pictured a lot of.
That's the average size.
Like, good to tell aliens, no, that is not the average size.
They're like, that does not look right. Does not compute.
With his size and shape, it is not right. Yeah, and that might scare them, and like just to fly into the sun when things go down in that movie as well. It's like we don't want anything to do with these people. Yeah. Good stuff, Carlos. My number 3 is Yo-Yo by Edward Yang. It's a film I deeply love. I kind of took this from the perspective of how the camera sort of acts in this movie, which is this fly on the wall sort of observant nature of viewing this family and their life. So it can almost be a pseudo documentary of them learning what humanity is and how, families just, I guess, the tough nature of being, middle class family in Taiwan at the time and dealing with loss and rejection and pretty much this movie really tackles like every aspect of human nature and the experience of living in the modern world, especially. And I think to me, it's just like one of the most diverse movies in understanding human beings. So I just feel like that was a pick to tackle all that stuff. And yeah, and it's just a movie that makes me cry every time I've seen it. I think it's just very, very devastating and very dramatic in its telling, really relatable to me and how I see myself in the context of my family and how fucking hard it could be. And how just longing and everything. It's such a beautiful movie. And the fact that Edward Yang didn't make a lot of films, I feel like this is one to be treasured and preserved. So Yo 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 has to be chosen for me. Do you guys like this movie? Any strong opinion one way or the other?
Great film. Haven't seen it in a long time, so I can't comment too much.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
I think it's a good movie. I don't love it as much as everybody else does, but I think it's a good film. Personally, I prefer A Brighter Summer Day.
That's fair.
Oh, I haven't seen A Brighter Summer Day, but I really love Gigi. Well, I don't remember everything about it because I watched it a while ago, but I don't know. I thought it was so beautiful, in like such a human and like in such a like in a way where it's like about like human connection rather than like beautiful like in the exterior. It's just so, I don't know. It's kind of like weirdly comfortable to watch, and I don't know. It's like very comforting and reassuring.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, not really cinematic, or it's very subtle.
It is.
It's like that's why you feel like this sort of fly in the wall to these really intimate moments, and I feel like that's just so fitting for the topic we're talking about. And not to mention, just like you said, a gorgeous, gorgeous piece of cinema. So, Bill, have you seen Yo-Yo?
I have. I think it's very good. I like what you said about how you could relate to a lot of the family dynamics of the film. I think it truly does have one of the best representations of it. I mean, the film starts with a wedding, ends with a funeral. It covers all the bases of what a family in crisis can face. And yeah, Yi, Edward Yang, a treasure to behold. That was one of my honorable mentions I was going to bring up for the human experience. So that's a good pick, Jake.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Alrighty. We're getting towards the end here. Eugene, your number 2 film for this.
For my number 2, I wanted to, like, I realized subconsciously that I wanted to include a Mexican film. And I was between a couple, especially the Exterminating Angel on this one. But well, my pick for number 2 is the third time actually I think that I'm gonna mention a film from 2001, and it is Alfonso Cuarón's Y su mamá también.
Oh,
oh no.
Uh-oh.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, bro. You got this.
Well, I don't know. It's just it's another one of those movies. Well, like I've mentioned, that it's such well, at its core, it's such a human like level. Like outside of all eroticism and the well, its rough exterior of the film. It's such a film about like just enjoying life and or not necessarily well, yeah, but also like just living and well, like a road trip like the film is itself, and well, embracing all the beauty around you and the beauty that the world has to offer. And so I don't know, it's just such a well, yeah, at its core, it's such a like a powerful film with a human heart, and it's uh, those scenes in like the beach near the end, with well, with all the characters are just so touching and moving, and it's such I don't know, it's like as we were talking about, it's like such a reassuring film, even though it's not necessarily like a comfortable watch, or even uh like well, like a fun watch. It's just so it just moves it just moves me personally, and it just touch like well, yeah, it touches the most like human levels of my soul. And so I think it's such a representation of like what humanity can do through art, and how humanity can represent culture and like love and well, desire in such beautiful ways. Yeah.
Carlos, you want to chime in? Seems like you
Yeah.
have some strong feelings about that one.
Yeah. I guess spoiler alert, that's also my number two.
Take your
So when it
turn.
comes
Go
up,
go ahead if you
yeah, just when
want.
it shows up, I'll probably just be like, yeah, here it is. But yeah, no, I completely agree with everything that Eugene said. I personally picked it for basically the same reasons. I think that it kind of encapsulates the complexity of love, friendship, and relationships and everything in between, um, in a way that really kind of gets to the core of it in a very non-simplistic way. Um, and again, it's just like a very like life-affirming film, and also a very like melancholic film as well. Like I feel a very deep sense of melancholy, especially with the ending of the film. I think it's just a very like good representation of like the complexities of what makes us human, which to me one of the key elements of that is love and friendship in general. um but yeah, I agree, 100%.
To me, one of the saddest and most impactful things in my life is friendships that fade away. And the end of Itumamba Tambien like hit me on such a deep, profound level of just he got it so right and just capturing the fading of really vital relationships in your life, and like you said, really melancholic, but like so true to how important relationships are to us, and just it just really hit me. So yeah, I agree as well.
Yeah.
Cool. Uh, Bill, hit us
Oh,
with it.
that was a great pick, Eugene and Carlos. Great collaboration right there between you two on picking that film. Yeah, Y Tomamos También. That's a good film. I'm gonna do a double feature. Actually, I was between these two movies. They're basically they cover the same type of topic I want to discuss here, and that's about society, especially cultural significance of societies. Um, what happens when everyone gets together? What the cultural climate can do to a motherfucker. I'm doing spine number 97 and spine number 381. That is Do the Right Thing, a Spike Lee joint, and Line by Matthew Kassovitz.
Damn it, Bill.
Did you have one of them?
Yeah, Lahane.
Lahane. Okay. Well,
Go ahead though. Go ahead.
I'll talk about Do the Right Thing because
No. You can do both.
Spike Lee captures something so fucking timeless and essential, I think, to the history of, I mean, for history of America, I could say, at least for the setting of this film, The idea to put it on the hottest day of the summer, it's perfect. You can feel the heat. You can feel the tensions rise between everyone in this 2-block radius portion of Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn, New York, USA, Earth. And the day starts off as any other day, going to work, everyone doing their routine. You get to meet the whole cast of characters, a very eclectic cast, mind you. Great, unforgettable characters. And by the end of the day, well, chaos reigns, baby. Racial tensions collide, people destroy each other, and I think that is a sadly accurate representation of how the world operates when we can't all get along, and some people choose hate over love. And Laine, that's just straight hate. It's the same type of film, covers the same type of topic, but in a much more vengeful manner, and very, very, very powerful shit between those two films. So that's my pick.
Wonderful picks.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You go
I was just gonna say, Do the Right Thing also just covers a vast majority of culture, at least in Brooklyn at the time. So it could, for aliens especially, it can give them a glimpse of so many different, the cultures and how they clash, and just kind of their place in the communities and stuff like that. So it's like, yeah, that's fantastic. And I'll talk about Lahain next, but yeah, go ahead, Eugene.
I was just gonna say, as someone who lives in a society like you said, Bill, I really, well, they're both great films. Both really great picks, I think, and they do like really show these these like hateful side to humanity that's kind of always there, and the prejudices that are just like natural. Well, not natural, of course, not natural, definitely not natural, but like so common in humanity, and so prevalent in a global culture. But yeah, it's a really great double pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Rigby.
My next pick is one, I guess that would make aliens question whether or not animals can talk. And also, weirdly, a very spiritual film. And there's not a ton to say about it other than that. So my pick is Spine number 48, and that is Watership Down. Just feel like we had to throw an animated film in there as well. So I love it. It's stunning again. John Hurt, can never go wrong with some John Hurt. So yeah, I think it would also kind of define a herd and a family mentality, and no one gets left behind, and family's number one. So Watership Down.
I shamefully have not seen Watership Down. But I heard it's very existential, so I'm dying to see it.
Watership Down's great. I'm glad you picked that one. It's an animated film, and I don't have one of those in my list, so I think it's important for the aliens to see that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Good British Rabbit representation in that film, and also another great John Hurt tear your heart out performance. Aliens are going to start wondering, John Hurt, is he okay? Like,
I know.
that guy all right? You give him a hug.
I know. It destroys us. Don't even get me started on the plague dogs.
Oh boy,
I haven't seen that yet.
That's
It's
a good
fucked
one
up.
too.
that's a traumatizing watch for sure.
Yeah.
Plague dog fucked.
Shit's fucked.
He really did just choose some devastating shit to be in back then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then he just casually decides to narrate Dogville. Also,
He's like, I'm done dying as a dog. Let me just narrate as a dog.
Let me just narrate. Yeah, let me just narrate some
As a dog.
depression rather than live it.
He thought he would play a dog at Dogville. That's why he took it.
He's the dog.
The power of the dog desperately needed John Hurt.
Oh my god.
I am become the Dogville.
I am the Dogville. So Blaire is currently MIA, so I guess we'll go to Carlos to talk about Itu Tomama Tambien.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Itu Mama Tambien.
My brain's rotted. I'm sorry.
All right. Itu Mama Tambien. Yeah, I already talked about it, so here it is, number 2. Itu Mama Tambien. Great Criterion cover. Amazing, packaging itself. I mean, just really great stuff here. Great scene too in the booklet. One of the best scenes of the film. Yeah, I think I've already said my piece about it, so that's basically it. Yeah, just a great film that explores sexuality, friendships, love, relationships, age gaps, everything in the book. Just a wonderful, complex, and nuanced film about very important and honestly like special things that are unique to the human species that are on the more positive side of who we are, I'd say, more or less. But yeah, that's it.
I like what Eugene and you touched on this too, but like the pursuit of pleasure, especially as a young person, is like really universal. I think it's a really timeless nature of just wanting to escape reality as like when you're turning 18 or whatever. So it's a good I
think as like I feel like when you're a kid you feel very trapped in your life because of like you don't have freedom necessarily because of your age and parenting and everything like that. So like I feel like as you grow up and as you like as you go through puberty, I feel like sexuality is chased not only for pleasure but just because it gives you a sense of like exploration and freedom as well as a human being. But yeah, I feel like this film also kind of explores that in a very impactful way. And also how like that pursuit for pleasure and sexuality can kind of affect your relationships that you once thought were sacred and like unmovable, depending on how you react to it. Yeah, I love that being said. I love the ending to this film. It's very difficult to like take in, but it's very like authentic and very important to the message of the film. But yeah.
And also, like, even though the film is like very not reliant, but like very coded in like Mexican culture and a lot of the Mexican aspects of it, like their journey and also like their names all being references to Mexican history. It's like such a universal. Its themes are so universal, and it's like even in the name of the film, "Y tu mamá también." That's like and your mother too. It's like everybody and their mother, like that phrase.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, I mean I don't think that was the intention, but I think it comes across because that's a phrase in Spanish as well. So I think it just like because in the scene where that phrase is said, it's like they're talking about like many people, and then at the end they say that line, and it's like basically everybody can in some ways relate to this like human experience. But yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, really profound shit. The Blaire is back. So Blaire, if you want to do your number 2.
Okay. Did you guys go over everyone on
we just skipped from Rigby to Carlos. Now it'll be you and then me.
Okay, gotcha. My number 2. I gotta pull up my notes.
It's Slaughtered Vomit Dollhouse.
Yes, Ratatouille and Slaughtered Vomit Dolls.
Slaughtered Vomit Dolls, yeah.
I'm gonna go with Camera Person. Yeah, so I don't have like a hell of a lot to say. I just I just love that the movie is kind of like this documentarian's like almost like a collage or like a I don't know. You kind of that of like many different like film projects that she's worked on, but kind of like putting it all together as this almost like journey of like the many different things she's like observed in life and all these different kind of like corners of the world. I think it's like it's not quite like a Koine Scotzi or like a Samsara or whatever, but like it's kind of like that, but it also kind of tells like a story, like a kind of a narrative of like the things she's kind of like witnessed and been through. I think it's super interesting. On top of it, like being very beautifully presented. Like I think obviously like the shots in the movie are like pretty breathtaking, and yeah, there's a lot of like scenes that very much like uh stick out to me. Like I know there was like she visited like this village that she like went to twice, and that scene really like is really meaningful when I watched it. I need to revisit it because yeah, some things are hazy, but I do remember like a lot of sequences like standing out as being really beautifully told. And I know I know most people here also love Camera Person. You can probably vouch for that.
Mitchie loves that film.
Oh, he thinks
He
it's great.
sings its praises. I really love it too. I think it's one of my favorite documentaries. It's a good pick, Blaire. So many great sequences interspersed between the film that really capture all corners of the world, but also in a very relatable sense. So yeah, it's really nice film. I definitely recommend others check it out if they haven't seen it.
Is it Kozlowski that did that movie?
No, it's a Johnson 2016 film. The director of Dig Johnson is dead.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm mixing up.
It's beautiful. It's such a great documentary. Like if you're gonna watch like if you're gonna like prioritize like a recent documentary, that's definitely like my pick, honestly.
Yeah, I 100% agree with everything y'all said. I've seen it and I really love that film. It's a very like fragmented piece of documentary filmmaking. It's experimental in its own way, but it's also very telling to like I don't know, the way that human beings kind of perceive memories and their own experiences of what they've, went through in their life. And I just really love it. I think it's a good pick.
Thank you.
You'll have to check it out. It sounds really fascinating.
It's on Criterion. Yeah, it's a great Criterion cover. I almost wanted to include it in the Criterion covers, but I'd rather include it for this section.
Oh, isn't the cover of like the tunnel and it's like two different frames basically?
Yeah,
two different sides of the tunnel. Yeah,
it's super simple, but I think it's beautiful.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah, on a surface level, it's just a tunnel, but if you see the movie, the scene that it talks about, oh my God, it's very haunting.
Cinema, baby. Yeah, I can't wait to watch it. I'll speed run through La Haine because Bill already brought it up, but and Bill, if you want to chime in since you had that in your repertoire, but kind of what you were saying about Do the Right Thing and just sort of the different forms of bigotry and hate that we have towards each other, I think is really captured really beautifully in La Haine. And I remember I was super surprised when I watched that movie just how it captures youth culture also in a really interesting way and like how aimless it could all feel. Similar to what you were saying about Y Tu Me Tambien in a way, it's like the desire to find a purpose. And more importantly, in the context of La Haine is like the just insane rage that could come out of living in a very destructive society like in that movie. And obviously like the movie's built on revenge and hatred towards the fascist police that sort of commit heinous crimes and everything else. And just stylistically a movie that's so ahead of its time and just gorgeously shot. I feel like it just has everything that you'd want in a movie like that. And Vincent Cassel is fantastic and just we're definitely on the darker side of humanity, but as Bill had said, also just really truthful in our depictions of bigotry and hate towards one another. Just a super powerful movie. And I'm sure you guys all who have seen it would agree with that.
100%.
Mhm.
Yeah, you said it perfectly.
Sweet. Let's go to the number ones then, because we're all tired as fuck. So Eugene,
I'm an EP.
Yeah.
kick us off, my friend.
So my number one is well, it's another 60s film. I feel like most of my films are either from 2001 or like the 60s. But yeah. It is, well, I'm not even gonna do like a tease. It's 1962's Agnes Varda film, Cleo from 5 to 7. And it's just a movie, like this movie it just deals with so much, with so many aspects that makes life beautiful. It's kind of about enjoying life in so many ways, but it's also like I personally relate to the main character so much, more than any other character in any movie. But it's like I don't I don't even know where to start, but like it captures so many different aspects of the human condition, from like the mysticism and like the whole well, yeah, the mystery and the magical and the astrological and all those like aspects of like uh curiosity and stuff, but also it deals with so many themes of identity and who people are, mm, and who people are because of their environment, and just like who they like I don't know, they manage to or how the world molds people, like the effects the world has on people. But it's also so much about like art as well. It has like music, it has cinema, it has the montages and collages and the production design and all the street art and street performers. All of that is just so encapsulated in that. And there's also the whole aspect of like Paris and culture. It's such a like thematically rich film, and that has such and it is also so well, I don't want to spoil it, but it is kind of about like it's kind of about like what life is as a whole, uh and the lesson the main character learns by the end is so telling of like the power of humanity. And it's just such a like testament to, like, we've talked about all the horrible stuff that humans are capable of and humans are, but to me this film is like such a testament of all the beauty that humanity is also capable of. And it's also just like a great wake-up call that the character sees, and that you can like that the film inspires in like the audience. And it is like such a, yeah, like a wonderful, powerful film. Yeah. And I would show it to the aliens so that they have a little bit of pity.
Incredible movie. Also, I feel like the concept of time for human beings, I think that's really well captured. Like
Yeah.
how we cherish it, but also loathe it at the same time. And that's the whole kind of conceit of her journey in that film. So yeah, and Agnes Varda, one of the greatest to ever do it, and I think that might be her masterpiece from what I've seen. But how do you guys feel about it?
It's an amazing film, and I think it's super based that it's Eugene's favorite. I think I like Vagabond more, but Cleo is no slouch. I think it's a great film.
Vagabond's also fantastic too. Yeah, good call.
I haven't seen it yet.
What's your problem, buddy? I'm joking.
Yeah, good stuff.
Cinema.
Cinema. I requested that Rigby goes next. So Bill has something to do, so yeah, go ahead if you're ready.
Yeah. My last pick is a film that I think would make the aliens turn around and be like, never mind. And if you've seen it, it speaks for itself. We don't even need to dive into it. I don't even know if there's any deeper really meaning to the film. The film just it lays it out all on the table for what it is, and it is spine number 175, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Very nice.
Nice.
Yeah, just batshit crazy film. I love it. Like just human chaos at its core. That's all there is to it. If we wanted the aliens to go away, I think just stick that on and they'd be like, don't want to deal with it. Goodbye. Oh, yeah.
Fantastic. Nice and simple.
Yep.
I haven't seen that film in a very long time, but I do love it.
Yeah, it's a good time.
One of the most trippiest, entertaining, absurd films I've seen ever.
Mm-hmm.
It really just show the aliens how demented our brains could be, especially on substances too, and just how fucking just dark we become, and how their disregard for reality in a certain way, because that movie just goes places that are just insane. But like Carlos, I haven't seen it in a while, but it's probably my favorite Terry Gilliam film I've seen.
Yeah, it's between this and Fisher King for me, which are very different films. But
Right.
I mean, I think Terry Gilliam was a great pick to direct this, just because of how kind of weird he can be. But yeah, I love it. I mean, you can't deny Johnny Depp fucking kills it as Hunter S. Thompson. I almost picked this as well as one of my covers because I know they basically took Hunter S. Thompson's work, and he's a great artist, and I love his style. But yeah, even Benicio del Toro, he fucking
Oh my god,
like
he's
insane
great in that movie. Yeah,
he's straight unhinged in that movie.
Yeah, he terrified me when I saw it the first time.
Yeah,
he's fantastic.
It's funny, when I saw it, I was honestly probably like 12 years old, and it was just because I was obsessed with Johnny Depp, and I had no idea what was going on. I didn't even know it was about drugs. I was just like, this is a crazy movie.
It's great that you've brought him up twice on the Criterion episode. I never would have thought.
I know. I used to be a big Johnny Depp fan.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I think Bill is. I'm not sure if he's back.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah. Fear and Loathing used to be one of my comfort films for a long time, so that's a good pick. I think the aliens are really gonna love the backcountry scene, and Tobey Maguire's Butterface as he appears in the back seat.
Butterface.
That's what I was watching with my friend one time. He said he just was dying laughing, saying Tobey Maguire's got a fucking butterface on right now. Ever since then, can't get that out of my head.
Right.
But
you want to go next?
Yeah. For my number one pick, I wanted to just basically just pick a film that is a great representation of creativity. Above all else, what do we love movies for but to entertain us, right? To get us by. And although we could gaslight, manipulate these aliens to think that these movies are all about life, they're really not. They're movies, right? They're except for a Camera Person, that's a documentary, but that's beyond the point. A film that best represents creativity, I think, that's in the Criterion collection is spine number 838. That is my boy Guillermo del Toro's Pan's Labyrinth. El Laberinto de Fauno. That's it. Yeah. Oh,
good job,
man. That film, it's so beautiful in many different ways. It not only is it just, that's a good Carlos yawn, COD 4K. Um, not only is it a great representation of that childlike wonder, that as if you're opening up a storybook into another world, but it's about how we use that as an escapism for real life and the horrors that go with it. Because this film, the little girl in the film is so empathetic and endearing, and the way that she's able to escape her miserable life that her family has brought her into through this magical world that she just envelops herself into is so well done, so well constructed. And who better yet than Guillermo del Toro to bring a story like that to the screen. I would pick something like his adaptation of Pinocchio, which is personally my favorite of his filmography. That's not in the collection yet. Also, Kronos is great. I've not seen Devil's Backbone yet, but honestly, every single Del Toro film has some bit of wonder to it, something that's brimming with creativity, uniqueness, and above all else, that heartwarming feeling that's captured with cinema and why we all love it so much. So I know a few of you like Pan's Labyrinth a lot, so I hope you agree in that. That's a good representation of creativity in the collection.
I love it.
Totally.
That's a brilliant pick.
For sure.
I concur.
Masterpiece.
Must see.
Must see. I cannot wait for Pinocchio to come out on Criterion. I'm very hyped. First animated film ever. Or besides Fantastic Mr. Fox, I guess. One of the few animated films I own. Yeah, so good.
I bought Wall-E today.
Oh, you bought Wall-E?
Yeah.
Spoiler.
Ratatouille too, also.
Did you get the colors of diarrhea also?
He already has it. He's
Oh.
already-
If they had the colors of diarrhea, I definitely would have bought it.
Base.
After that discussion, Carlos was like, "Fuck all y'all! It's my new phone background."
Yeah. It still is. I still have it as my phone wallpaper.
Nice.
The shot with the kid in the books and the roof.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna watch that movie soon, so I can
I'm
justify
very
my
curious.
9.
Yes. I love ship mentality. So please.
Oh,
Blaire, you're next, huh?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry, I'm like brain rotted, but I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, I think we all are. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go something in the same vein that the Rigby did. My first film was a shitpost, and my middle films were all pretty much, deep statements on the human condition. This is more about our culture, so I'm gonna go with the Safdie brothers Uncut Gems. I think not only is it an amazing entertainment piece. I mean, maybe that's just me. I guess everybody else thinks it's like insanely anxiety inducing, and it is, but I think it's so fucking entertaining.
Yeah.
I think it's also a pretty good statement about vanity and the things that most people kind of I don't know, almost in society like prioritize and like find important. I don't know. I think it's a great exercise in that kind of mentality and showing how far like legitimately like the human ego can go and justify their own actions and everything else be damned. And yeah, I want it'd be based to show the aliens Adam Sandler just in and of itself. So truly, Uncut Gems is my favorite choice out of all of them.
They could do a double feature of our movies, the Punch Drunk Love, and then
Jams.
Jams. You can
Maybe-
also teach them that just the pursuit of wealth and greed is just like really hysterical sometimes, like in the context of Howard Ratner for sure.
Yeah, it's like we legitimately live in a society, a capitalist society. Is
Capitalist,
perfect exploration of that legitimately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, obviously, I'm in love with Uncut Gems. I think that's a brilliant pick.
I love it so much.
And it has Adam Sandler. So, I mean, come on.
Cherry on top.
Mm-hmm. Zohan,
Yes,
little Nicky.
I love Gohan.
I don't.
Yeah, you had two Safdie brothers movies, Blaire.
I adore the Safdies. I really do.
I did too. The Safdies are the best. They're the greatest. Carlos, before you pass the fuck out, what's your number one?
All right. So my number one is probably obvious, but I mean, I gotta go with my favorite filmmaker of all time, Barry Lyndon. Um, I just think, I mean, if I'm gonna show the aliens, like if I have a limited number of picks to show the aliens, I'm gonna include my personal favorite. You know, I'm gonna include a film that I consider to be, um, personally, I think this is the best film that Criterion has ever released. Like quality wise, I think this is the best film that they've ever put out in their collection, and I'm gonna show them it, and for a number of reasons, but mostly, I mean, and for a more superficial reason, because it's, in my opinion, one of the most beautifully shot films ever made. Um, and I just want them to see like what human beings are capable of in terms of like framing the beauty of Earth and the landscape that we offer. Um, and overall, just it's just a fucking brilliant film. Like in terms of the writing and the character and the rise and fall of the main character, and you know what it said, what it has to say about um, not just like capitalism, but the um, but like classism and how like easy it is to kind of like move up the ranks as long as you find yourself in the right situation at the right time, or how much you kiss ass. You can become rich from one day to the other. It has nothing necessarily to do with hard work or moving up the change in a meaningful way. Um, you know, there's a lot of like narcissistic and sociopathic strategies that go into why one would end up at the top ranks of society. Um, and yeah, overall, just again, just a beautifully made film. I was going to include this in the covers, but I had to include it in this one more because I do think this is a fucking just a nice cover. Like I really love it. It's really simple, but it's really beautiful too. Um, yeah, Barry Lyndon, Stanley Kubrick. Obviously, I have to include it. One of the greatest films ever made, from the greatest filmmaker ever to live, in my opinion. And there's no way I was gonna not include a Stanley Kubrick film in the film that I would show to aliens. So there it is.
Nice. Very fitting for you, I feel like, too. To
Thank
cap
you.
us
I
off
had
with
to.
that.
There's no way I was not going to do that. So
And arguably the most visually stunning film in the Criterion collection, so that
oh, absolutely.
would dazzle their eyes or whatever they see with. And yeah. And I mean, you mentioned just like the pompous nature of Barry in that movie. It's just, it's
Yeah.
pretty, it's really telling about a lot of things. So cool. Let's end this now. My last one's simple. It's like really self-explanatory, but I feel like capitalism sucks, and we got to show that the aliens that, and maybe they'll help us out in some way, or just understand how hard it is down here to get through life, uh, being ants in this, cogs in the system or whatever. So Bicycle Thieves to me is very timeless in that sense. Just how capitalism and the workforce, and even self-sustaining workforce that our lead character deals with, can be just so self-defeating, and how the system is so rigged against you, and how make or break it all is. And just hopefully the aliens will form some empathy for what we go through, and especially the working class. And I mean, it's insane because this movie's from 1948, I believe, really kickstarted Italian neorealism as a genre in world cinema. And I feel like that movie, especially, I haven't seen Umberto D yet, but it's just so timeless and it's telling. You could really attach any sort of job or aspect of capitalism that's really difficult these days, and that movie really relates to it. So and not to mention the ending is like fucking heartbreaking and devastating. I feel like just yeah, like unfortunately getting by with money and attempting to climb the ladder and better your situation through work and obtaining wealth is what we deal with a lot on a daily basis. And I feel like they'll nuke the credit card companies or some shit that would really help us out. If you want to go that route. But yeah, and just one of the most human films ever made. So yeah, pretty self-explanatory, but I'm guessing Bill likes that movie because you brought up Umberto D. So I mean, the rest of y'all.
I really like Bicycle Thieves. Yeah,
Yes.
great.
I was debating to pick that for human experience. I chose Ikiru because, yeah, it kind of really showcases how even though we are alive, we are technically free, we really aren't. We were slaves to the system. We're slaves to money in order to survive. And Bicycle Thieves is just a great deconstruction of what happens when someone does not, when the one thing someone has to aid their family, to provide food on the table, if that's just taken away, the level of desperation the main character feels with that, it's very universally felt. Sadly, it's definitely a great film to show to aliens, because we can say, hey, can you wipe out capitalism? Can you wipe out money for us? I don't know.
Right. Absolutely agree.
And it's, yeah, I think it's one of those like essential art house movies too. It's like, I think the most essential. I think it's number one. It's the like introductory film to less conventional forms of filmmaking. So yeah, if you want to get those aliens educated on the history of cinema, then it's a great starting point.
Absolutely. Yeah, that wraps us up here. I sorely apologize to all y'all for fucking up your sleep schedules, but I appreciate you sticking it out for me and for the podcast. Very much loved your guys' answers and your contributions to this Criterion centric episode. So thank you guys so much. Yeah, I mean, any parting words before y'all fall asleep? I know y'all pretty tired, so
Not much. By the time this is released, I probably have a few Criterion Hall videos. Check those out. At least the recent ones released in November. My film The Red Egg is probably still going to be up by the time this is up, so please check that out. And that's about it. That's all I got. And also join my Discord for $5 a month on Patreon if you're interested in discussing film like on a regular basis. That's about it.
show.
Jamie Lannister sends his regards.
Yeah. This podcast, everything behind it, it's sponsored, produced. It's a Alberto Grimaldi production.
Yeah. Go watch the Seahawks on Sunday. Play
Yeah.
against them.
Sorry, that's funny.
Check out Jimmy Fallon hosting the Oscars
Yeah.
next year. That's going to be great. It's going to be so funny. So
I think
great.
you got your Jimmys mixed up, or am I wrong?
Remember to tune in the
Oh, it's Jimmy
Guardians.
Kimmel.
That was
Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel, yeah.
Jimmy
Jimmy Neutron.
Jimmy,
Jimmy Goodman. So
re-
Oh yeah, so
Jimmy
remember
Neutron's
to tune in-
been at the Oscars, so that would work.
that's
Yeah.
so cool.
Jimmy
He's
Hoffa.
been at
He's
the
so
Oscars.
kind.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Yeah.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Good movie. Good
Very
movie.
good movie.
Remember to tune in during the election next year.
Yep. Vote Mencken. Vote Mencken 2024.
Oh, Connor Roy.
Yeah, that's a real vote.
Independent candidate. He was interested in politics from a very young age.
Yeah, Rigby, thank you. Thanks
Yeah,
for coming.
thanks for having me again. These categories were super fun, so it was a good time, and it's always great talking with all of y'all in general. So yeah, had a good time.
Absolutely. Um, I mean, Bill, you said something. Blaire, you have anything final words?
Follow me on Instagram, Umbreon26 underscore. I am so lonely, please.
Aw, give her some
No,
love.
seriously, thank you, Jake, for inviting me on, and it was awesome to do a first time podcast with Eugene and Rigby. It was really awesome.
Yeah, had a
Thank you
great
for
time.
inviting me too. Thank you so much.
I'm honored to do a podcast with Rigby and Eugene for the first time. It was really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
Eugene, you're a great guest. I'd love to have you back. I mean,
Thank
all
you.
you guys have been on before, but
You're a
Eugene
great
was a great.
host.
Thanks, dog. Go Seahawks, I guess. Bill Griff YouTube channel though. I want to plug that. You great YouTube channel. I was dating someone a while ago, and she actually said you have a great ASMR voice, and we sometimes watched your videos like when we were like falling asleep. So
that's great.
Your voice is so fucking familiar in my head for some reason now. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Professional lullaby singer.
Yep.
Yeah, so seriously, you could put
I'll be producing a Young Girls of Rochefort ASMR at some point featuring Eugene.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. All right, thank you guys for listening. If you made it this far, I fucking kudos. This is a long one. I've never done a podcast this long, so I can't wait to edit this. Follow us on Instagram, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, whatever, and happy Criterion season, guys. Thank you so much.